Thanks for being so handsome. At this time, we'll call up Gabe and Kayla to welcome us to this territory.
Swale, Marquis Tel Sweet, Palazzo Qua, Tiaco. On behalf of the people from Seabird and my fiance, my partner here, I'd like to welcome you all for making your way here on our beautiful land on our Stalo, taking the time to make connections with others. So on behalf of the people of the land here in Seabird, the tight territory, thanking you all for being here and sending out a warm welcome to you, Tom. So
Leaves, gifts. Now, the history of this land is complex. So we had a welcome from Seabird, and we're going to have Chief Darwin Douglas Aytolluk from the Chiam Reserve also welcome you to this land. We're going to use the microphone.
Sure. Siam, Swallup, Siamna, Holmoch, Siamna Mistake, Hitzapka, Siatala, Hitzapka, Quatinamet, Tluel, Siam. Hitzapka, Quin Stake at the Siam, Swallowing, Tluel. Need sad, Quashin to let some out, Swallowing. Siatala, Hitzapka, the Sias, Tluel, Siamna Mistake. Aytolluk, Equala, Theta to E. Yes, your quiz, hi, Swallup. Dear friends, relatives, matriarchs, our elders, all of our youth, and our respected friends and guests here today. Just really want to extend thanks to each and every one of you for being here today. Thank my relatives for putting this together and setting up this work here. to talk about do work towards one of the most important things we have is our health of ourself and our people and our land. The village that was just close to here is Tsita. It was a Palauch village. And Chiam has reserve land over here on this side of the river, and it's called Tsita, IR number 2. And then we have our main village over there on the south side of the river, Chiam. Loch Chiam is a place of wild strawberries. That's what the name of the village refers to. This, the river that you see here, it keeps changing paths. It's starting to flow a little bit stronger through this channel now. It used to be just on the other side of the river that the main channel was there. But it keeps changing. And we keep, as fishermen that fish in this area, we keep adapting to it, figuring out how do we navigate up there and where's the best fishing spots, where's the best drift spots. And so we spent a lot of our life here just on this river and slept a lot of nights just on all these beaches, but one in particular, we call it Frog Beach, just upriver a little ways, where it's one of our main drifting spots, but don't share that around too much, okay? It's pretty crowded there already. But it's such a beautiful land here. And, you know, our histories are intertwined. Some of our elders say they're intertwined like that, Schwachwith blankets, like our weavings. Our family connections go every direction within this valley and over onto the island and down into the US to our relatives down there. And as a fairly new leader in the chief position in Chiam, you know, I'm working not to get too wrapped up in where we draw the lines of our territory, because we're all one people and we all have a responsibility to look after this land together. Just like we have the responsibility to look after our people and our children and the health of them. And it's really a time that I think we get our health back. We struggle in so many ways in our communities. The people that work in our communities are just burnt right till the end in the health departments. All of you that work so hard, you know, I really want to thank you for that. It's a combined effort that we need to get to restore our health, our physical health, our mental health, our emotional health, and our spiritual health. And our elders and our ancestors, they had a lot of understanding about how to maintain balance and maintain health. But we went through a little bit of a rough patch in the last few hundred years. But I truly feel like we're coming through that now. And we're so fortunate to have many of our elders and our leaders, our cultural leaders, that have worked so hard to maintain our Snawayat, our teachings that are to guide us, our values. And some of those understandings that our old people had. So I'm just grateful that this work is being done here today, and I'm grateful that we're doing it here in our Stalo lands, in our Huelmoch lands, our ancestral lands. I see many of our friends and relatives here today. And, you know, this place is a really nice venue to have this work done. So I think we're going to buy it. So if everybody checks out here today and you like this place, please let Winchester know and some of the other organizers, and we'll put our offer in the next couple of days. Okay. So hi Tsapka, Siem, there's Huelmoch, Siem Namasteo, hi Tsapka, Siem.
Thank you very much. So I've got a couple of housekeeping items, just things to make people aware of to help ensure that you are having a full experience here today. Bathrooms, if you're not aware, there's bathrooms over here, and downstairs there are more bathrooms by the game. No. Is there even bathrooms downstairs? Oh yeah, okay. In the cultural space, there's a washroom as well. That wasn't meant to be a joke. Thanks for laughing anyway. First aid, we've got a first aid attendant here. Sue has volunteered. She's the mobile first aid attendant. Want to let people know to be registering for the wellness stations and for your workshops throughout the day. One thing to note is that some people signed up for the massage sessions, which actually start at 1 o'clock rather than 10. So your times have been shifted. So it would be good to check what time your new slot starts. Quick review of the agenda. The first thing we're going to do is we'll have a really lovely keynote speaker. I'm so excited to have her share. We'll have a panel discussion. Lunchtime, another panel discussion. Dr. Jeannie will speak, and then at 3 o'clock, we'll start the breakout sessions and the workshops. Along the way, there will also be cultural spaces starting at 10 o'clock. So one of those will be out at the fire pit down past that big white tent. And then the other space is going to be just down the hall here in this lounge room. Those are going to be cool spaces. People will be doing cedar brushing. And if you don't know what that is, you can find out today. Yeah, please don't be shy. There's a lot of cool stuff happening today. I want to tell you a little bit about the concept. So this is an event called a culture of healing. And I think it might be helpful just to think about what that means. What is a culture of healing? I do believe that it can be many things. I think there's a lot that would go into a culture that knows how to heal. One of the things that I believe is really important is in a culture of healing, we would all understand that each of us plays a role in the health of ourselves and all the people around us. That's a very powerful thing. That's happening all the time, every day. Each of us is playing a role in the health and well-being of the people around us. And that's important because there's no one person that knows how to do everything for everybody. There's no healing modality that's going to fit for everybody. And in the time and place that we're at now, where we've got all these different cultures and perspectives together, it's going to be important for us to be able to share with each other so we can all go forward together. Does that make sense? There's so many needs that we have individually. We have family needs, our communities have needs, our cultures have needs. and they're so diverse. We will need all of us to be able to come together to inform each other about what's going to work for ourselves and learn from each other. My elder Stephen, I've heard him say that there's no one person that knows everything. Even if you took everybody's knowledge and put it all together, we still don't know everything. So this is why it's important to share what we know. And today there's so much to share. I want to encourage people to take in as much as you can. Connect with people, check out the panel discussions that we'll have, check out the wellness stations, check out the mountain. I don't know if you noticed, it's a really beautiful mountain. Yeah, so what we're doing here, we're not trying to create policy or push for legislation. We're here to connect. We're here to learn from each other. We're here to learn together and contribute to a culture of healing, which could seem like sort of a lofty idea. So I want to take a moment and get us gathered up and grounded a little bit in our sense of what we are. And what we actually are is we're made of earth. We're made of her body. We've got her blood flowing through our body. And our bodies know that. And the earth knows that. And sometimes we forget that. So I want to take a moment here, just sitting right where you are, to really get a sense of the physical contact that your body has to the floor and the chair. And tune in right to the bottoms of your feet, right to the sit bones on your seat right there. And you can have your eyes open or closed, but taking a moment to really settle in, notice your physical body, and recognize that awareness that your body has of that physical contact is a reminder that our Mother Earth is pulling us towards her at all times. We can feel that pull in our body. So taking a moment, feeling the bottoms of our feet, our legs on the chair, our sit bones, the firmness of our spine. Notice whatever your hands might be in contact with. And just try to recognize that all of that stuff that you feel is made of the same stuff as Earth. That is who you are. I want to thank you for taking a moment and remembering who you are. And now I would like to take this moment to introduce to you such a warm-hearted elder. She is Snuneymuxw and Kawetson. She's doing such cool work, and she does such a variety of work. And a couple of the things I want to highlight are that she is providing guidance and support, wisdom for the UBC Nursing School or School of Nursing to help with research. Imagine that. Traditional knowledge informing Western science. What a beautiful concept. Oh yeah, she's also proud of taking care of moms and babies on the downtown east side. I already know her as a generous and grateful elder. And from my understanding, she shares her teachings in a generous way because she was taught by elders who understood how crucial love is to our cultural laws. So please help me to welcome Elder Roberta Price. And she's so generous. She's been shaking hands with the people that have been doing the welcome today. She brought gifts for everybody. It's really, really sweet. Thank you so much for doing that. Okay, if you want, you can be down here. Yeah. Okay.
Can we put it on?
Yeah.
the thing now?
I can. It's
I
okay
don't.
if I
Oh,
hold.
you can hold it. That's great. Winchester, no podium. They always have to put a stool behind all the podiums I stand in all those big fancy hotels because you can't see me behind them. So this is beautiful, Winchester, OCM, OCM. So we're just gonna get a stand because I actually never even use a microphone, everyone. Thanks so much. OCM, beautiful. Oh, OCM. Yeah,
There's
thank you.
nothing on there.
Yeah, it's right.
Is it? Yeah.
Haichka, Haichka, Siem, Siaya. Greetings and welcome, everyone. As Coast Salish matriarch and elder, I wish to give a very warm thank you to all my relatives on the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh for welcoming me to live in the unceded lands of my relatives Musqueam in Richmond, going on 44 years now. As Coast Salish matriarch and elder, I wish to give each and every one a very warm welcome who live, work, and play, teach and learn, give and receive service on our unceded, ancestral, and occupied lands of my relatives, Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh. Really raising my hands up in honor and thanks to all my beautiful relatives out here, kindly asking permission to speak and stand on your territory and perhaps share a little bit of ceremony as we go out through the day. OCM, OCM. Always holding my hands up in honor and thanks to two of my beautiful mentor teaching elders out of the 30 elders that guided me. Elder Vince Stogan from Musqueam, Elder Bob George from Tsleil-Waututh, to always follow in their mentoring teachings, their mentoring footsteps, to always share a blessing and a prayer whenever we come together. Thank you, everyone, for listening to the teachings of our ancestors. For those of you who can stand, I kindly and respectfully call you out of your comfort zone to stand up with Elder Roberta. Start off our beautiful day. OCM, OCM. Thank you so much, everyone. Haichka, Haichka, OCM, OCM. We give you many, many thanks, Creator, for bringing us all together here in person and virtually in such a warm, loving, and respectful way. We ask, Creator, that you bless the ones who are away due to illness or other obligations. Bless anyone yet to join us. Help them to join safely. We call upon you, Creator, to bring your blessings down upon our minds, our hearts, our bodies, our spirits. So when we think our thoughts, they are good, positive, and respectful. When we speak our words, they are good, positive, and respectful. And we give you kind thanks, Creator, for bringing your blessings down upon all the beautiful people who have prepared the food and drink, served the food and drink, Bless the food and drink we put in to nourish our bodies on our journeys to wellness and strength. We give you kind thanks each and every day, Creator, for the special blessings of protection you bring down upon all the beautiful people who are working so very hard in so many ways, in so many places. During this pandemic, for all illnesses, for the safe delivery of our grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and especially for the ongoing opioid crisis. Continue to bless and protect them and their families, Creator. And we kindly and respectfully ask you, Creator, to bring very special blessings of protection and healing down upon all our beautiful relatives right across Turtle Island, who have reopened wounds and are grieving all over again over the ongoing daily media releases. Bless and protect all of our relatives into health and healing, Creator. And we kindly and respectfully ask you, Creator, to bring very, very special blessings of protection and healing down upon our beautiful, beautiful Mother Earth and all of the wounds put upon Mother Earth, all of the effects of those wounds put upon Mother Earth that have brought in the extreme rain, wind, wildfires, hurricanes, snowstorms, earthquakes that have impacted families and communities around the globe. Bless and protect the families and communities into health and healing. Bless and protect all our beautiful, beautiful Mother Earth into health and healing, Creator. And we kindly and respectfully ask you, Creator, to bring very special blessings of protection and healing down upon all our beautiful matriarchs, our daughters, our granddaughters that are experiencing extreme oppression here all over Turtle Island and many other parts of the world as we meet here today, Creator. Bless and protect our beautiful matriarchs, our daughters, our granddaughters into health and healing, especially blessing and protecting all our relatives of all identities into health and healing, Creator. And we kindly and respectfully ask you, Creator, to wrap each and every one of us here and all of our loved ones in the warmest blanket of protection as we all continue on this part of the journey of our lives. Help us each to keep safe in our travels, both near and far, Creator. And we always give you many, many thanks, Creator, as we ask you to bring all of your blessings down upon all the ones that are hurting, all the ones that are grieving, all the ones that are hungry, all the ones without homes, and especially, Creator, all the ones that are hurting, all the ones that are grieving. Haichka, Haichka Osiam, Osiam. Thank you so much, everyone. You can sit down now. Actually not being used to being confined to stand in one spot with the microphone, but I'll be patient, everyone, because I usually walk back and forth. Just honoring the people who are virtual so that they can see and hear everything as well. So thank you so much, everyone. Ceremony. Ceremony guided each and every step of each and every day of our lives, as taught to me by my elders. These cedar boughs I have in my hand, as taught to me by my elders, we would harvest those cedar boughs each and every morning. We would go into the cold, cold water. What we are doing is ceremony. We are brushing every single part of our bodies off with those cedar boughs. What we are doing is a cleansing. We are pushing all the negative and evil energy off of us so we could go about our day in a good and respectful way. As taught to me by my elders, when you use the cedar boughs in ceremony, puts a protective force around you that will constantly deflect that negative energy off of you as you go about your day. Other important ceremony as taught to me by my elders is the ceremony of introduction, to share your name, your nation, your family. And if it isn't your traditional territory, if it isn't your traditional territory, to always stand and ask permission to come on to that territory. Always gracefully wait for that permission to be granted, usually by our matriarchs, our elders. Good morning, everyone. My name is Roberta Price. My heritage is I am Coast Salish. I am Snuneymuxw on my dad's side. That's where I was born. When they came to our lands, they couldn't say our names. They couldn't say our language. So perhaps when they couldn't say Snuneymuxw, they called it Nanaimo. So I was born there right on the #1 reserve on the waterfront in Nanaimo. And I am Cowichan on my mom's side. The dialect of the language of my people as taught to me by all my beautiful relatives up in the Stalo territory, my beautiful Chilliwack elders. The dialect of the language of my people as taught to me by my elders is called the Halkomelem language. I knew and understood and spoke my language fluently until I was 6 years old. Beyond 6 years old, I was not allowed to have anything to do with my language, my heritage, and my culture. And I was actually tortured about that. I have spent well over 40 years reclaiming back my identity, searching out for my family, and especially searching for my mother. Very, very pleased and proud to finally find my mom when I became a grandmom in 1994. I was able to spend 8 years with my mom before she passed away. And I share with you on that journey, suffering and grieving and wanting family. I worked for this beautiful, beautiful Indigenous woman in the late 70s, early 80s. She was my boss. And my dear, dear friend, matriarch, Elder Flo, she spent her entire young life in the Tk'emlúps Secwépemc Residential School. But what she also did in her life, besides being my boss in childcare, was she was helper to the elders. And she knew what I needed. She brought me to those elders. Those elders, they took me under their wing. They taught me. They guided me. They prayed for me. But mostly importantly of all, what those elders did for me is they loved me. They loved me unconditionally, unconditionally. Because when you are ripped away from your family, age 3, 4, 5, 6, and older, what you are missing is that unconditional love you receive from your parents, your grandparents, your family, your nation, your community. That unconditional love. They gave it to me lovingly. They gave it to me openly. Never, ever did I dream for one moment in my sorrow and my grief that close to 40 years later, I would be walking in those elders' footsteps today, sharing that same unconditional love with so many in so many communities. We still need it. We still need it very, very much. Hold my hands up in honor and thanks, give kind thanks in my prayers each and every day for those beautiful, beautiful elders that took me under their wing. And some of the teachings came right here from the Stalo territory I share with you. More than 30 years ago, I was in the Native Indian Teacher Education Program at UBC, and they didn't have an urban program. So I had to commute all the way out to Chilliwack for my courses from Richmond, where I live. And during that, we had the blessing of being brought into the Stalo Longhouse with teachings. And I have to share with you that my elders did a lot of teaching, everyone. They did so, I could see that my 30 beautiful elders could see that Roberta was a little bit colonized in that foster placement. And they would always share with me over and over again, you know, they'd say, you know, Roberta, nothing is right or wrong. Nothing is right or wrong. It is who is your teacher, how you accept those teachings, how you carry on those teachings. Nothing is right or wrong. And as I speak to the Lanitam audiences, I gently share with them that right and wrong is a colonial construct. So my beautiful, beautiful elders. So I had a long journey, and maybe I haven't learned it yet, everyone, to stop speaking up. They bring us into the beautiful longhouse over in Chilliwack to share some longhouse teachings. And they shared with us, they had a speaker and like a whole bunch of us, like people who were still on their learning journey, and we're still on our learning journey till the Creator calls us home, and not being able to be quiet. The speaker is sharing some teachings. He shared that, you know, in the Coast Salish territory, the men are the speakers. Guess what Elder Roberta does? Up goes my hand, just like the ones I share in the primary grades. They got to speak out right away and listens to what I have to say. Well, I said, well, I guess I'm not a good Coast Salish woman because I'll always get up and speak. Nobody, we were with a whole bunch of elders, everyone, so many elders in that day. So beautiful, just love being with them. And they're so patient with us, so that are learning. Nobody said a word. Nobody said a word, just carried on the teachings. Then they take us over to where we're going to have a feast with all the beautiful elders, and they place us with the women, matriarchs, and we're starting to eat lunch, and a beautiful matriarch, she leans over to me and she puts her hand gently on my arm. And she goes, oh, Roberta, I heard what you said back there in the longhouse. And I kind of sit up straighter, like, am I going to get in trouble? And then we eat a little bit more, puts her hand gently on my arm again. And she said, yes, Roberta, the men are the speakers. The men are the speakers. Because some of our longhouses were more than a mile long, and everybody needed to hear what was said. We carried on eating our lunch. And then again, she gently reaches over and touches my arm. And she said, Roberta, guess who told the men what to say? Our beautiful, beautiful matriarchs, gentle, kind, teaching all the time, never ever getting frustrated with us who really, really needed to learn. So I hold my hands up in honor and thanks to all my beautiful relatives in the Stalo territory who taught me so much on my journey of learning. And I just going forward, you know, in my journey, all those beautiful matriarch elders, they knew I was looking for my mom. They knew it. And they said to me, it's okay, Roberta. I'll be your mom till you find your mom. Well, guess what, everyone? What I'm doing in I'm in 6 school districts around in the Lower Mainland, in Richmond, Delta, Burnaby, Surrey, Vancouver, and working in the downtown east side at Shiway with all the beautiful moms, at the sanctuary, at the Union Gospel Mission, taking care of all the moms and babes and other programs there. And people are searching for their mom. Guess what, everyone? I say to those beautiful lovelies, it's okay. I'll be your mom till you find your mom. So it really does go around, come around in a really good way. I hold my hands up in honor and thanks to the beautiful matriarchs and elders and all the teachers that continue to share, as I'm sure I see the beautiful elders here continuing to share your beauty, your education each and every day, and the patience that comes with that sharing. So I'm very, very honored to be here. As Winchester shared, I've been with the UBC School of Family Medicine. I'm starting my 8th year on July 1st. guiding the work and changing up the curriculum and taking care of the resident year 1, resident year 2 in the Indigenous program. And really, hopefully, changing it up, decolonizing it, hopefully. So been at the UBC School of Nursing for 20 years and honored, I think the Honiton people like those titles. So I want to share with you too on receiving my honorary doctorate of law degree at UBC. You know what? I really feel that it was my elders' direction to the University of British Columbia. Our ancestors' direction to honor me that way. Because I had a horrible, 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 horrible experience in the NITAP program. And it was just terrible, very terrible. But I never dreamed that I'd go back to UBC and receive that honorary doctorate degree, because I really felt like this is more important to everyone. Community, real life lived experience is more worthy than the Honiton academia. This is this is what will take care of all of our people that are living their health experiences out there on the streets, out there in the communities. The lived experience, the peer support that we can give people is more important than any of that academia ever could be. So I really feel that it was my elders that directed them to give that to me, although I'm honored to receive it. And because of my 20 years of dedication to the School of Nursing, this year they have honored me with the title of Clinical Adjunct Professor with the School of Nursing. I helped to guide, along with our beautiful Tanya Dick, helped to guide the Nursing 353, which is in its 8th year now. And it used to be year 3. This is Indigenous Ways of Knowing and Being. And then they moved it down to year 1. And my goodness, I am so uplifted when it's year 1. There's more enthusiastic, there's more engagement. And as taught to me by my elders, I have to share with you that it was about 31 years ago, I was crying and grieving, and I went to my elder and I was crying away and just in sorrow. And my elder said to me, he said, Roberta, maybe not in your children's time, but in your grandson's time, there will be greater healing, Roberta. And through my tears, I looked at my beautiful elder and I said to him, I don't have a grandson. I don't have a grandson. He just smiled away at me. Well, guess what, everyone? A couple months later, my son came home, grade 12. I had the blessing to help raise my grandson up until he grew up. He's now going to be 30 this year, got married in 2022 up in this beautiful territory. And on my birthday in September, they call me and they usually take me out for my birthday. And they're saying, oh, Grandma, we couldn't get the same day off. Otherwise, we'd come and give you this news in person. Well, Grandma's waiting for her happy birthday, everyone. And they said, we really wanted to share this with you in person. And I wanted to say, you could still say happy birthday. And my granddaughter Rose, she just couldn't help it. She goes, Grandma, we wanted to share this with you in person, but you're going to be a grandma. No, you're going to be a great grandma next year. So at the end of this month, I will welcome my beautiful great granddaughter, Hazel Roberta Sky Langelier, into the world. So truly, as I look way back 31 years to that elder's guidance and the elder's soothing comfort, the healing is with our grandchildren. For all of our beautiful grandchildren here today, know that you're bringing healing to us grandmas, us great grandmas, us aunties, us uncles, us grandpas, us great grandpas. You're bringing the healing because we're watching you thrive, be healthy, be engaged, help each other. And just have that happiness. The grandchildren are truly the healing for all of us and what we have been through in our lives. So I raise my hands up in honor and thanks to our beautiful grandbabies, our grandchildren, and you lift us all up in such a good way. And I'm glad that some of you are with us here today. And just trying to think, I had something else on my mind. Oh, as taught to me by my elders, it's very, very important to be grounded in your identity and who you are. I thank those beautiful 30 elders for lifting Elder Roberta's flat, broken spirit up to be strong like I am today. It's those 30 elders and finding my family, finding my mother. And I share with you that since 2012, I've gone into 24 institutions, 2 of the biggest ones in the last couple of years in BC, to fix the situation. Some of the Honiton people think that I can come in and snap my elders' fingers and people are going to get along. But as taught to me by my elders, our role. Elder Vince Stogan always taught us why we're given 2 eyes and 2 ears and 1 mouth. We are to witness and to listen twice as much as we are to speak. So our role as elders is to listen to everyone's experience. And what I've realized in the thousands and thousands of stories, everyone, since 2012, people are not grounded. I share this guidance and teachings in the primary grades, the little kindergartners, in the circle. I share this teaching with them. I've shared it when I've opened graduate and undergraduate programs with the UBC and SFU and other post-secondary institutions. I share this guidance and this teachings. So in the circle with the little kindergartners, I say, okay, all my grandchildren, all eyes on Elder Roberta. All eyes on Elder Roberta. I say to beautiful grown-ups like you, look at Elder Roberta. Look at Elder Roberta. Do you think anyone pushes Elder Roberta around today? Let him try. Because when you are grounded in your identity and who you are in your family, who your family is in history, your spirit stands up very, very strong. As I always share my thanks, those 30 beautiful elders helped Elder Roberta be strong in spirit, standing up. And what I have noticed going into those institutions, that people are not grounded. They're not grounded from what they share with me. When you are not grounded in your identity and who you are in your family and who your family is in history, you mistakenly ground yourself in something else. What I have witnessed in those thousands of experiences, everyone, is that people have mistakenly grounded themselves in academia. They've taken the academia into the workplace and they've used it as a weapon and not as a gift they've worked very, very hard to earn. Share some examples. Winchester, I'll ask you to be my role model, my dear. Oh, he doesn't do that because he doesn't have his master's degree. Can I use you again, Winchester, as a role model? Oh, he doesn't do that because he doesn't have his PhD. That's where I witness not being grounded in your identity. Because if you're grounded in your identity, the teachings of your elders and your family, know who you are in your family and your family history, you don't act like that. This is what I witness So I give the guidance to the undergrad and the graduate programs. I give that guidance in the schools that I go visit to ground yourselves in your identity and who you are. And if not, it's never, ever too late to start the journey. I raise my hands up in honor and thanks to all my relatives out here in the Stalo territory for listening to some of the experiences of Dr. Elder Roberta Price. Really, really honored to be here. We need hundreds more of these sessions that are going on today, hundreds more, everyone, to see ourselves reflected. This another guidance I use, to see ourselves reflected in the hallways. I've said that for 44 years now in Richmond, and I'm still on the advisory committee for First Nations education. And I have said for 44 years now, we need to see ourselves reflected. Driving the bus if that's what we want to do. Cooking in the cafeteria if that's what we want to do. At the head of the classroom if that's what we want to do. Sweeping the floor if that's what we want to do. So all of our beautiful grandchildren and great-grandchildren can look up and say, hey, I want to be like that too. It's not happening enough, everyone. But thanks to my beautiful fellow matriarchs and beautiful elders out there who have done the work for many, many more years than me and continuing on that work, we'll make those changes, everyone. So I raise my hands up in honor and thanks to you who have worked your entire lives to make those changes, to bring back our ceremony, to bring back our communities, to welcome our children, our grandchildren into the teachings, and always holding my hands up in honor and thanks to the elders who gave me those teachings with an open heart and open arms of unconditional love. Haichka, Haichka OCM, OCM. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Wow. I don't know if it's just because I've been stressed out for the last little while, but I was getting misty-eyed. One of the things that well, there was so much in what Elder Roberta had to share. One of the things that she said reminded my grandma here to introduce myself properly. So I didn't do that. And my grandma sat and she corrected me, and that's an important moment. It's good to be corrected. So I want to take a moment and let people know I'm Winchester Victor, and I'm also Sialat Luck. Sialat Luck. And I'll let you know on my mom's side, her family were Wellses. They came to Canada from Wales. And my mom's dad, he was a Monroe, and that family came to Canada from Scotland. My dad's mom is Stunslot. She's right here. She's Cowichan, Amy Victor, Nee Daniels. And my dad's dad was late Eddie Victor from the Chiam Reserve. And his dad was from Chiam, and his dad was from Chiam, and that's where I'm from. It's important to do that. It's important to say our ancestral name, because then those ancestors stand behind us. They like to be acknowledged and recognized. And I thank my grandma for reminding me of that. It's also important to recognize where we're from. And one thing that does, hi, Corinne. One thing that does is it lets everybody else know how we might be connected. At this time, I'm going to call my friend Reese Conklin. Reese is a physiotherapist. Is Reese in here? Okay, great. Hi, Reese. You're up next. So Reese is a physiotherapist. Having that scope of practice does not limit their healing gifts. I recognize Reese as somebody who does have healing gifts. I'm not going to talk too much about that because that might make them a little bit uncomfortable. But I know the importance of that, right? Working as a registered massage therapist, I have a scope of practice, and then I have the healing gifts that come with me. So I want to have Reese come up and share a little bit about what they know about connecting to our body. This is a special interest of mine. One of the things that I know is that whatever we do with our body, whatever we are asking our body to do, it will try to adapt and get really good at doing that, including nothing. If you ask your body to do nothing, it will get really efficient at doing that. If you ask your body on a regular basis to do challenging things, it'll start to get good at doing that. It'll do, oh, thanks. And thank you very much. I can only do that on one leg. I've been practicing for quite a while. I'm just kidding. I could do it on the other leg too. Just okay, Reese, over to you.
I'm gonna want to.
Sure.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. It's Swea. I'm gonna ground myself for a second. I don't do this very often. Thank you for inviting me here today. My heritage and background, I am a European settler. So very white. I will fully acknowledge that. I come from, or on my mom's side, the last name is Foreman. She has descendants of England, Scottish, and I do believe a little bit of Irish. And then on my father's side, it is Russian and Ukrainian. I grew up the privilege of the Inclacluckmuck, so Boston Bar, Fraser Canyon territory for the first 15 years of my life. And that is where I have grounded myself in terms of my background and where I come from and why I do the work I do. I have the pleasure currently of living on the Stalo territory, living and working on the Stalo territory. And thank you for inviting me here today on the territory of Siam and Seabird. My background is physio, but the work that I do is not necessarily always physio. I'm not going to do single leg squats for you up here. Thanks, Glenn. Much more gentle. What I would like to do today is a grounding exercise, but more in the sense of awareness of your own body. So I'm going to guide you from toes all the way up and invite you to check in with yourself. If you're comfortable with it, I encourage you to stand up and actually create space around you so that you can move. And for those of you that are not okay with that, stay sitting. That is fine too. Keep your feet grounded on the floor and stay sitting. A little bit of background music. Welcome. So the first thing I invite you to do is check in with your feet. See where they are placed on the ground, widening those earth feet, frog feet, river feet, however you invite them to play today, and just check in. See where the tension is within your feet. See where you're holding pressure, where your body is connecting into the roots, towards the ground, inviting Mother Earth, Creator, to find that placement and check in within yourself. Feeling the floor underneath you, the earth under your toes, asking your feet, what do they feel? Where do they want to be? Do they need to move? Do we need to shift? Checking in, or are they firmly planted into the ground and anchoring hard? Listen to your body and see where it goes. Like a tree, we're going to climb up towards the base of that trunk. Now inviting you to check in to your knees. See which way those knees are feeling. Is there any tension, shakiness, looseness? Do they need to move? What is the sensation within yourself, within and around those knees? Is it down a little lower in towards the calf? Is it in the front of your shins? Where do they need to go? What do they need to do? Or again, are they planted firmly? Is there a bit of a sway within your body? Just checking in. Moving up further along that trunk towards our legs, into our hips. Asking the hips, checking in with the hips. Are they tight? Are they squeezing? If so, lean into that. Let them do what they're calling for you to do. If they want to move, shake them around, get them going. Swaying forward, backwards, side to side. Do they invite the knees to move? Which direction? Or again, is it just a gentle sway within the mountains, like the tree, staying firmly? Taking it further up in towards our spine. Checking in with our low back, within our body, around our spine. Again, the anchor towards ourself. Is there any tension? Is it relaxed and feeling calm? Is it sleepy and checking out? All of that is okay. Just acknowledge, scan your body around your spine and see where it's showing up today. Does it want to bend forward? Does it need to wiggle? Where is it going? Looking inwards towards your stomach, the abdomen. Do you got some gurgles going on? Is there a tightness to it? Are your hips still calling at you, or your knees saying, hey, what are we doing? Trace back to them. Listen to what they need. Coming back to the abdomen, in towards our chest. Back with our lungs, having a feel. Is there any tension in that area? And sit with it. Do we need to sway and move? Checking in with your head. What is your face? Your cheeks, your jaw, your throat, the top of your head, in towards the ears. Does your jaw need to move? Does your neck need to turn? Have a look around, drop down. Does it feed back into your spine? Where is it going from there? Moving out towards the branches of our body, into those shoulders. Yeah, let them go if they need to. If they've got tension, squeeze it in there. Let it stay. But check in with the shoulders. Where are they going? What do they need? Do they need to wiggle? Do they need to move? Or again, is your body very grounded and anchored this morning and staying put? That's quite okay. Taking it all the way down towards the elbows and hands, forearms. How is any tension within there? Do they need to adjust? Not moving away, but moving towards what your body is calling and how it needs to go. We're going to take it back towards the heart. In your bag, if you've got one, you should have a lovely little massage ball. If it's safe to do so, go ahead and grab it. The last piece we're going to close with today is around your heart. So start with the sensation in your hand, have a feel, wake up those hands. Good. Roll it around between your hands, on the front, on the back. Just feeling different sensation. And the last piece we're going to do with this massage ball is tracing our heart meridian. So we actually start towards the armpit. That's where it gets a little bit weird. Towards the armpit. And then we're going to take it down along the inside of the elbow, rolling that ball, waking up our heart meridian line in towards the side on our pinky and bringing it down to the inside of the pinky. Same thing on the other side. Towards the armpit. Good. On the inside, into the elbow. Spending some time on the inside of the wrist and down in towards your pinky. Thank you for walking on this journey with me this morning. All my relations.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you so much, Reese. Now, we'll take a few minutes. So I want to let people know we have got coffee and tea in a few different spots at the back of the room over there, just outside here. This is a good time to use the washroom and fill your water. I will call you back at 9:55. There's something I'm really excited for, the panel discussion, the first one. Reminding people to sign up for your wellness sessions and the workshops in the afternoon. The sign up is out on the patio. The cultural spaces start in just a few minutes. So there will be space down by the tent at the fire pit, and then also just at the end of the hall here in the lounge. So we'll see you back here at 9:55, 10. We'll start again at 10. Thank you very much. Welted and famous. Hi, cool. Tell Swallow. Can I get a microphone working here? Hi, cool. Tell Swallow. Lisi, we'll get started again here very, very soon. We'll have people coming in from the outside decks. If there's people outside that can hear me, now is the time to make your way back in. Thank you very much. It might be tough to come in out in that really gorgeous weather, but we've got something really cool happening now. Oh, my dog is sweet. My bird. I'll take one of those. I do. Am I gonna sing? No. I'll sing at the end of the day. I could do a dance. Nope. All right, we'll get started taking our seats. Just a reminder, the cultural spaces are available now. So that'll be down by the tent at the fire pit. You might notice that you've got tobacco ties in your bags. If you take your tobacco tie down to the fire pit, you can find out what you might do with those. And there'll be cedar brushing and sharing with elders over in the lounge, just in that room straight down the hall. What I would like to do now is begin what we're calling a mind-body connection in healthcare conversation. We've labeled this a holistic prescription for well-being. I think of it more as a whole being connection. That's what we're actually discussing. This is the whole theme. To me, this is the whole theme of what we have come to connect about today, is where Western medicine, healthcare, meets our traditional cultural ways of knowing healing. It's where those two ways of knowing meet each other, and it's about how they can learn from each other. And the reason we're doing this, the reason we're highlighting these different perspectives and different approaches to healthcare, is that they actually can complement each other. And really, that's what we want. All any of us is trying to do is help others feel better, right? Improve each other's health. And there's such a wide variety of peoples and cultures in this territory today. And so the more that we're sharing with each other, the better we'll be able to serve each other. The better understanding we have of each other, the better we can meet each other's needs. So what I'm hoping, at the very least, is that this conversation will spark some curiosity in you. The big hope is that we can find ways to work together, right? Integrate somehow these ways of knowing. So I'm hoping that you take what you hear today, ponder it on your own, in your own work, and just know, yeah, the more knowledge that we have of each other's needs, the better we can help each other. Now we have such a cool group of people. This is all a bunch of, I'm going to get excited talking about just who's here. But I want to point out that I don't want to be coming across like we are the experts of something. We are the experts of our own experience, as everybody here is. And so what we're sharing here is the perspectives from a few people who have specific and unique experiences. That's what we're sharing here today. And what I would like to do is introduce the people that are here on the panel. Starting with Reg. He asks that I call him Reg rather than Dr. Reg. He's been a physician for over 25 years and has worked in emergency as well as family medicine, has a special interest in sports medicine, and is also an assistant professor at UBC. Over the years, something that Reg has learned is that Western medicine is really great for some things. Right? Yeah, that's it. In an attempt, so his interest, thanks, in an attempt to improve people's long-term well-being, he and his wife have opened up a clinic called Upstream Health, which is about preventative health, right? So helping people not go over the cliff rather than helping people after they already have gone over the cliff. He is a humble man and he is a good friend. Please don't clap for him right now. We'll wait until the end here. Rihanna Millman, I'm so grateful to you for stepping in last minute. We were going to have Kaloa Adele speak, and then she had an emergency with her dog. And so Rihanna has really graciously stepped in. I'm so thankful. I can't express enough how thankful I am to you. So she is Métis. She's raised locally. One thing that's really important to her is being a caregiver for people who are disabled who also identify as Indigenous. She's so passionate about advocating for the needs of people in healthcare that she has stepped into a recently developed role at the college, the BC College of Nurses and Midwives, which is the Indigenous Cultural Safety and Humility Consultant. That's correct. I like her a lot already, and I just met her today, so I think you might all end up being fans too. Is that not a cool joke? That's how I'm gonna say it. My really good friend Inez Lewis Lahaltanat is from Scout-Kale. She's taken hold of many roles. I've known her as a registered nurse, a health director on my reserve. She's been a performing artist, an activist. She got me hired multiple times at different places. And what she's done, she's really encouraged and pushed me to step into my own healing gifts. Her encouragement is strong, and at times it has felt uncomfortable for me. And I recognize, you love it. I recognize that the reason that she pushes that way is because she knows the need for good people in healthcare. That's a strong position to take. We have Salish Wesley, who I call Mama Mora. So I'm probably just going to call her Mama Mora. But when I say Mama Mora, you think Salish. She is a spiritual mother to me. For many years, she's been in training to become Shwalam, which is our word for medicine person. So she's doing traditional healing work. A few years ago, she was blessed with a very strong gift for the people. And so she's been hard at work, really busy, going around, and there's a few of us that follow her as she goes around and she helps communities, families, heal their spirits, their bodies, their emotions, and their mind. She is somebody who I know as being guided by spirit. Her whole life is guided by spirit, and she upholds a vital role in bringing our traditional cultural healing ways forward. Isn't that cool? What an interesting group of people. We've got the whole spectrum. We have the Western medicine white guy at this end. You look great there, though, by the way. And the really spirit-based traditional healer at that end. And in the middle, we have this perspective that knows actually how to bring these two ways of knowing together. That's something that the two in the middle have got experience doing. So I am really excited about what might come out of this. So what I want to do, the way I want to set this up, is everybody, am I? Yes. What I want to do, I'm going to start with questions that might actually sound a little bit simple, right? I'm asking simple questions, and what I'm hoping for is we get led into a greater understanding of the really specific and unique experiences and understanding that you all have. So what I want to ask to start out with is to my Mama Mora, just a little bit of an understanding of how you come into your role. And what I mean is it the kind of thing that you wake up one day and you go, you know what I would like to do? I might like to do some traditional healing. I should go to school for that, and then I'll graduate, and then I'll do my practicum, and then I'll do it. Is that how that goes?
Well, if that was the case, I probably never would have signed up. You want me to speak right now? Yeah. A swale McQuat, Palaktanot Till Squee. It's wonderful to be here today. I hope that what I bring is going to enrich this talk, this visit, in a way that, like Winchester says, glues the healing together. My role, my work that I do was something that I think was predestined. I had no goal to become who I am. That's not to say that I didn't know that it was going to happen. I was actually sitting in a little healing gathering where we were just praying together, and my dear beloved uncle right here decided, guess what? We're going to ordain you next week. And that's quite literally how it happened. And it has been a journey over the last, it was 2016. That's when I officially became, I guess that's the Western term that I can lean on, is ordained. And ever since then, I was supposed to be training for 10 years. In other words, learning how to practice what I do, the energy work that I do, like a fledgling with training wheels or baby eagle feathers kind of thing. But that didn't quite happen. I was ordained, and the very next day I was put to work. So I missed my residency. I didn't get a chance to do that, and I have been on the go ever since. And it's been a beautiful journey, and I feel like I have been hardwired to do it because it isn't an easy job. And what I've come to understand is that every time I get called to help people, I get helped myself. So it's always reciprocal. And that's something that is quite a beautiful blessing and a gift that the Creator has given to the people. Mhm.
So to me, what it sounds like is it was sort of decided for you, right? Your elders recognized the gift that you have, and they went, here's what we're going to do with you. Here's where you fit. Here's how you're going to help your community. That sounds right. And then over at this end, I'm curious, how do you come into the role that you're at as a physician? Do you decide, or do your elders decide? How does that show up?
Well, for me, it was I always had this desire to help. So my family encouraged me. And then pursued education around that UBC, and then always had that inherent sort of passion to see people helped, assisting.
Perfect. I believe you, Reg. And that's because I think of Reg as a person who is in the right role, right? The understanding I have is in our communities, our elders will recognize what our gifts are and then start to guide us towards work that where we get to embody our gifts. And to me, Reg is somebody who is a healer doing healing work, and that's very appropriate. But I do recognize the distinction that there is a difference between where, in this case, it's decided for you, and in this case, you have a feeling and you go towards it and you decide, yeah, that is what I would like to do, and so I will do it. Thank you. I just wanted to make that apparent. At this point, we'll turn the conversation basically towards where we have a sense of being in terms of where Western medicine and Indigenous medicine is. Where are we at right now at this point in history? And I'm going to have you two in the middle. Just choose who wants to go first with this. But just to give us a sense of what you're gathering about where we're at as far as it could be patient relations, it could be integrating ways of healing. What have you two seen?
Thanks, Win. I'll just introduce myself first before I speak. Asiam Tisiaya, Lachelta Natalskui, Talitzaquasco Kale, Samath, Masquim Toot and Wazenabing. Good day, everybody. Acknowledging our host of the people of Chiam for allowing us to gather in this space today. It's an interesting time. You know, I remember back, and dare I say over 10 years ago, when I was in nursing school at UBC as well. And there was less of a presence of indigeneity, worldview, land acknowledgements, any of that sort of stuff. We were still fighting for space. And I very quickly realized that I had to decide every day if I was going to die on this hill about things. So I just put my head down and survived nursing school and acknowledged the difficult climate. Since then, I've had the privilege of working with so many great people and watched as they fought a war to create space for us. And whether it be licensed healthcare professional, the Shwalam of our people, and all along our people have always been working in the background, in the undercurrent. And now there's almost this time where we can come up for air and someone says hello when we come up for air instead of saying, who are you, and push your head back underwater. And so it's almost like the evolution, the long evolution of an animal that can come up and now live on land. We're allowed to come up, just like in the potlatch ban. When the potlatch ban was lifted, we were like, are we safe? Can we dance? Can we sing? It feels that way in healthcare. It's interesting. I now work at the First Nations Health Authority, and every meeting I go into, they all hold each other accountable. And it's mostly non-Indigenous allies that are doing this. We need to stop the meeting. We have not done a land acknowledgement. Oh, okay. I'm not used to doing land acknowledgements. It's very different for me because I go and I greet my elders. I say hello. We acknowledge the kinship ties we have. But there's this new culture of settlers that are learning their protocol on how to acknowledge us. And I had to wrap my head around it and realize, oh, that's not for me. And they kept teaching me and trying to socialize me on how to do this land acknowledgement. And I realized, oh, this is for them. What a beautiful thing. And I can support them in this good work. And it really is a call to action for me as an Indigenous healthcare provider and a licensed healthcare provider to extend myself even further to create safe space in their learning. And so it has challenged me in so many ways. And so quite often when I see something that's happening that doesn't feel good in my body, it doesn't feel good in my spirit, I have to fall back on my instinct on what's really happening here? What's the intention in the room? What's the intention of this person? And is it safe for me to speak up and provide a correction in a good way? And quite often what I'm finding is that my colleagues are so open and ready and willing to learn. And it helps me to feel safe to say, you know what, I wonder that we can stop a moment and rethink this. Or can I suggest that we go back to the colonial term of reserve? I said this in a meeting yesterday because a gentleman was talking about tax-free income. How can we create the opportunity for tax-free income for ambulance workers when they're responding on reserve? And he kept saying, First Nations land, First Nations land. And I said, I really appreciate you using that term. Although the reality is that we're working in a colonial system and we should call it reserve because that's how the government defines it on whether you qualify for a tax-free income. And he apologized profusely. And I said, no apology needed. We're just acknowledging the climate we're working in. And I really appreciate you calling it First Nations land. So it's allowing me and my spirit to be calm in those spaces. And I appreciate that. And I have so much gratitude for that. Absolutely. There's always hope. Sometimes we just have a hard time seeing it. Holding hope.
Okay, so Israel, Tanse, Kiowa, Rihanna Shini Kashon, Imichifnia, Stalo, Seabird, and Chiam, Nuweekin. Hello, everyone. My name is Rihanna Millman. I am a Métis woman with ancestry from the Red River settlements in what is today called Manitoba. I want to acknowledge the unceded, stolen, and illegally occupied territory of Salstamuk, which here today we've been greeted by Seabird Island leadership and Chiam leaders. So thank you for having us here today. I work as the Indigenous Cultural Safety and Humility Consultant with the BC College of Nurses and Midwives. Thank you. And I think it's important that I go back a little bit. You asked what brought us to this work and whether or not we were destined or if we went to school one day. And I'm really excited to see some folks who have seen me through some of the most difficult times in the last 10 plus years of my life in this room, continuing their learning so you can be good allies and move to accomplices in the work of decolonization. I am a caregiver for individuals that live with disabilities, often folks who identify as Indigenous, who are aging out of the child welfare system and need somewhere to go that is safe and supportive. We had a family member of ours, Keegan Coombs, who is from Squaw First Nation. Staloman lived with us as a member of our family, and he needed healthcare services. And we went by ambulance to the hospital, and a delayed diagnosis in the ingestion of a toxic substance resulted in his death. Indigenous specific racism was at play in his death. And for the last 9 years, I have been working with the First Nations Health Authority, the First Nations Health Council leadership, the Fraser Health Authority, who I see some of you folks here today, to share his experience as a learning tool so that what happened to Keegan never happens to anybody else. So that work was picked for me. He chose me. He chose to enter our lives, and he changed my life. He showed me the skills and the gifts that I have been given to do this very difficult work. And I recognize that as a very white passing Indigenous woman, I walk in both worlds. I have a responsibility as a white person to do that allyship work and to do that accomplice work. And then I want to uphold my ancestors and all who walked before me who didn't have the opportunity to sit in these spaces and at these tables, and ensure that our ways of knowing and being are also privileged with the same amount of intention as Western ways of being. So I believe that there is room for both. And I want to see a world where our Indigenous ways of knowing and being and client-centered care is at the forefront of anybody's care plan. When Chester keeps telling me to slow down when I speak, and I apologize, yes, I feel like we have the opportunity, and we're at a place, as Inez and everybody has said so far, that we have come so far. We have the room and the space, or we're getting it because our elbows are getting wider and the space at the tables is getting greater, that we can ensure that Indigenous ways of knowing and being and healing are at the forefront of client-centered care. So when you're accessing health services, how is the ways in which you want to heal a part of your care plan, and that power being removed from providers determining what our care looks like? We get to determine what our care looks like, and they walk alongside us to support and advocate in that space.
There is a lot there. There's a lot there in that assessment of where we're at. And it sounds like it's coming from a super complicated place. It sounds like there is hope where in the past there may not have been hope. And it sounds like there's a lot of work to do yet. Even just talking about the idea of coming together and walking side by side, there's a lot of people that are not open to that idea. Reg, I noticed that you dropped your head when she started talking about Keegan and his story. I'm curious if you'd be willing to say what happened for you in that moment that you were hearing that, when you were hearing that there was this person who had been received the ultimate harm in care. For you, what happened right there?
I think in my body when I heard that story, both personally felt such a heaviness, and also heaviness, feeling responsible as part of a medical system that's let so many people down. And I, in my journey, have been just so aware of how the grind culture that we work in and the time critical colonial system that I was trained in and worked in is about numbers and about fixing the numbers, fixing the acute thing. And I think we forget about the entire person. And it's not doing well in our society. And we're getting worse as a society in this system. We don't have the answer. We don't have the answer for the diseases, the opiate addictions that you spoke of. Western medicine doesn't have that. We don't have the anxiety and the depression. We don't. And so I hear these stories and I'm just weighted because, you know, I don't have a pill to fix it. That's how I was trained, right?
Thank you. That's a really honest thing. To me, that's a very honest and open thing for a person in your position to say. I don't think everybody would. So I really appreciate the vulnerability that it takes to share about what's on your heart, about the limitations of how you've been trained to do healing work. To me, that seems really important. Yeah. There's a sense there that I get that it's not doctor knows best. That attitude isn't working. We could go into that kind of rabbit hole for quite a while, I'm sure. What I want to do here today is start steering the conversation more towards what do we want to see? What do we want to see as far as relations between cultures in healthcare, and how will we move forward? I'm curious, we could go to Mama Mora, kind of a fantasy version. It might not be realistic right now, not this generation, maybe in 7 generations, if there's radical shift after radical shift. I've heard you refer to doctors in your work. And I'm just curious to know if you had like a fantasy vision for how healing work was done in this territory for people. What could you envision?
Envision in a way that is doing justice to who we are as Wilma people with the mainstream Western system? Is that what you're asking?
Basically, yes, because we have to. We aren't separate from each other.
Mhm.
We do live in the same territory, and we all actually do need each other to be able to go forward. What would that look like in a perfect world? How would these two ways of knowing operate together?
I think the idea of decolonization applies to everybody. And the notion of white supremacy has to stop. I think that we have been a whole people, all of us in this room, including the medical professionals, living in an IQ world when really we're more EQ and spiritual EQ. And therefore we are neglecting the rest of the being when we're living up here. The people here traditionally lived in harmony with the land. We weren't separate from nature, we were a part of it. And that's such an oppositional way of understanding and being than Western ways of being. Western ways of knowledge and being and practices say nature is over there, we are over here, we are superior, and we will capitalize however we can. And it's about me, me, me. Whereas I understand our elders to be, it wasn't about me, 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 it was we, us. And for you to frame it that way, Winchester, is perfect. You know, how do I imagine an Eden in 7 generations? I think about how far back we've come 7 generations previously. We've become miracles unto ourselves. We might not understand that when we're going through it, but when we stop and think and look back to where we've come from, what our elders have endured and survived, it's a miracle that we're here. Yes, we have a long way to go. And we have beautiful, beautiful teachings like this beautiful lady out here, Lichlake, who's been here since the beginning of time. And I hope and pray that we will be here until the end of time, whatever that means. Our children are the ones that we borrow the earth from. We don't inherit it from our ancestors. So what are we leaving them? That's a question that I pose to Western ways of thinking. What are we leaving to our future? Because it's not just us that has a future. It's not just our people that have a legacy with the children that we bring into this world. You do too. What are you leaving for them? And the ideology of capitalism is very much without the necessity of heart or soul. It's all consuming with regards to what's in the bank and data and all of those jargony terms that has become our leading force as it relates to healing and medicine. When in reality, we need to be looking at the love that the families have for the ones that need the healing. The love that that person has brought into the world. The love within you that can combine and mix with your intellect so that the work that you do is more of a blessing than a practice. And I think that if we are able to grow our practice in ways that include humility and love, kindness, vulnerability, gentility, I don't know how else we can go because we have tried everything. We have ended everything as we know it. Our world is in a very critical state. And it hasn't worked. So I guess in a way, the only way we have to go is up. I wonder what it would be like to give love a try. I wonder what it would be like to give love a try. To lead this world and to lead our way towards ourselves as it relates to everything, mind, body, and spirit. How do we become more whole? How do we share our knowledge bases, our sacred knowledge bases with everybody that's here? Because right now we're still talking us and them, you know, the mainstream white professionals who are ruling everything and decide everything. And then there's us on the other end of the spectrum who are doing what we can to excavate and maintain our true practices. How do we find a space where we're safe to be who we are with one another? And how do we find that way to connect and respect one another so that we work together harmoniously? I don't know if that will ever happen. I hope and believe that it will, because like I say, when we look back 7 generations, the hell and the terror that our people have lived through and where we are now, the very fact that some of us are sitting on this stage sharing space with people that you're programmed to hear is a miracle. We've made it through residential schooling. We're still figuring that one out. We're still untangling that, and we're still trying to acknowledge the broken spirits in our elders who lived through it. But we're here. And we can stand in the sunshine. And we can still choose to be loving and kind. Even with all of our anger and rage and pain. That's why there's people like me to help us to remember that our default should always be loving and kind. Anger is a tool, it's a teacher, just like ego, it's a tool, it's a teacher. But that's not, that we can't let those things become who we are. Those are just part of the human experience. When we leave this world, we leave our intellect behind, we leave our talent behind, we leave our riches behind. Who are we without these avatars that we carry? What are we bringing to our ancestors on the other side? What kind of difference did we make? How much more joy could we have had? How much more peaceful could we have been? And how much more forgiving could we have done? These are the things that are big picture questions that go beyond what we're doing here on this stage. We have brought God down to earth here with professionals and with politicians who we see as almost demigods, and yet they are only human in the flesh, just like the rest of us.
Is there space? Thank you. This, I
Yeah.
could, I could listen to that for hours,
Mhm.
and I would. And I want to take what you said there about spirit, the need for coming from spirit, the need for love, to be having our healing work grounded in love, kindness, humility. And I'm curious if we have a sense in the systems that we work in that there's space for that. You were mentioning creating safe space for settlers, right? And the feeling that brings, right? It's sort of a new spot. So where do you see, is there even room for what Palaktanat is talking about? Spirit, having healing work be grounded in spirit, love, kindness, humility, gentleness, all of these things.
I think it comes from a space of leadership, and it's a mindset that we all decide to embrace. In the journey of learning about ourselves, the journey of learning about our role and how much power we hold in influencing the people around us, the shuli, or the life force that we have inside of us, and owning that, loving ourselves in that, and allowing ourselves to be. I think so many of us who have grown up with a very outward Indigenous identity have been socialized to make ourselves small. And it's something that I consistently grapple with. I'm a very dark-skinned Indigenous woman and have always been pointed out as a person of color, intentionally to shame me and also hold me up or point me out in a room of non-Indigenous people to speak on behalf of Indigenous people. And I can't do that. But I will give my personal opinion and share some of the teachings that my elders and my people have offered me, as to relay that as an offering. I can't speak for all of my people. I've not appointed or been asked to do that. But the part about leadership, I believe, lives in all of us. And what I understand our teachings to be in Sel Tamuch is what is described in the Western world as servant leadership. I don't know if has anybody heard of this term in Western business, servant leadership. I see a few familiar faces in the crowd, some colleagues that I've worked with in the past and had the privilege to lead. And it was what I like to call my Martin Luther King motivational speech, that to share my personal belief in my teachings is that the work we do is with and for the people, and ultimately we're serving the spirit by taking care of the people. And everybody comes to the table with a different set of gifts. And as the formal leader or director, my role is to uphold you and make sure that you have the tools and supports to activate those gifts in the role that you have. And your role is to reflect on what are my gifts and how do I take care of myself so that I can carry on? Because if we run ourselves into the ground, we can't carry on. If I don't see myself and yourself as a leader, how can you lead and inspire other people? Share the squelquel, the good news of all the good things that are happening. And quite often when we do that work and lead in Indigenous communities, we're rising up to the water to take a breath. And we're picking one another out, like the story of Palaktanon, pulling people out and sometimes working in the darkness. And that's heavy work. And so taking care of each other is so important. Taking care of ourselves is so important. So seeing ourselves as leaders, supporting one another, people and allies, even Indigenous folks. Some of our people have not had the great privilege of growing up in community and with our teachings. Everybody who wants to do the work, because we're all just people. That's one of the teachings my Uncle Jeff shared with me, was that when we looked around the sweat lodge, he said, oh, we're all just spirits. There's no gender with the spirit. Ah, that's the same with race, color of skin. We're all just people. What's in here? And so if you're ready and willing to do the work and learn, I'm learning just like allies are learning too. And so once we do that level set, we can come together and do the good work of the spirit to uplift Indigenous people and reclaim our space. Sometimes what I find when I encounter other Indigenous people in the work is that they're fighting. I'm fighting. I'm going to slam my fist on this table and tell them. I'm going to yell at the minister. I'm going to yell at the CEO for this. And I think, yeah, we are emotional. We're hurt. We're angry, like what Sister has shared. But you're not going to get anywhere yelling at anybody. And I never saw my elders yell at people because they knew who they were and they know who they are and they were confident in what they have in their identity. And so I try to draw on that in those moments when I feel that anger rising inside of me. I allow it instead to fuel my certainty of who I am and the humanity that our people are entitled to, the dignity that our people are entitled to. And so I just say matter-of-factly, no, that's wrong. And we need to talk about fixing that. And if they disagree, I firmly disagree back and say, maybe we need to pause and really focus on this because this is a problem. I don't need to get angry. I just need to be clear about what the work is ahead and clearly and distinctly identify the steps that need to be taken.
Thank you. Leadership. Oh, nothing? You got, okay. Leadership, you're talking, yeah, I'm sure. You're talking about bringing distinction of ourselves to leadership and interacting there, right? That's where if we're interacting in this way that recognizes our distinct needs and interacts with them in setting boundaries is actually respect for people on both sides of the boundary, which is amazing to be able to do. It is actually a loving act to set a boundary. So then, Rihanna, same sort of thing. Where do you see space for the teachings of being spirit-led and leading with love and being kind and so on? Do you, if at all?
Well, absolutely. I think that that is the only way forward. Just to build off of what you have both shared, there are foundational commitments and reports that have been published about the need to have Indigenous leadership through all levels of institutions. And that is the way in which we go forward, is to have that perspective and that way of being, leading the decisions that are being made within organizations. That is privileging voices that have been oppressed since contact, since the attempted genocide and colonization of Indigenous peoples. So yes, I believe we can lead with love, and we should. I very much agree that we can get our points across by being pointed and being factual and having clear boundaries. But I also think of what Elder Roberta said this morning. It's about that representation. If you don't see yourself reflected and respected, how can you think that you belong there? How can you think that you should be safe there? So we need to do a better job of creating space for Indigenous people to be sitting at all levels of institutions, guiding the work that's going forward and bringing those teachings and the holistic and authentic ways in which we show up, being supported and encouraged at decision-making tables.
Thank you. It sounds like coming from the same place of need, of identifying ourselves and recognizing where, not just where we fit, but you know what it actually makes me think is of something that my mama Mora said, is that we have to be able to go into these systems and colonized spaces and be our full selves, our true Hwalmach selves, and operate in those spaces while remembering who we really are. I'm curious, Reg, if you have a sense of that for yourself. So having been trained in this system that says, you know, doctor knows best and you got to know everything, is there a sense of you as a person, the love that you have? I know that you're a very spiritual man. Is there space for Reg to show up that way in his profession?
I want to honor what these sisters have said. I think the most important thing for me is humility, and I think the other thing that I'm trying to work on is to listen. So I've got 2 ears, right? And just to listen. So taking the time to listen, I'm not have the answers. And so that's both engaging with patients one-on-one in a system that we have, in a forum like we have, listening to Mother Earth, listening to what's been said, and just to listen. I think so quickly we want to say the answer and give the right thing. So that's part of my journey, and I think that's part of what we need to do is, as a society, is to start to listen.
I agree. My heart is so full hearing all of that and having it round up with being humble and listening. That is so strong. That's a teaching. Speaking of listening, I'm actually thinking now might be a good time to go to the crowd that's gathered here and see if there are reflections or questions that people have. I've got one right at the front here. Can I actually?
Who is it? Hi, thank you all. So many thoughts are swirling around in my head. My name is Antonia Francis, and I come from the Chiam and Scout First Nations, and I'm grateful to be gathered here today with each and every one of you. And I thank you all, and I raise my hands to everyone for the good work you do for the Spirit to help heal our people. I know it's a thankless job. And I work for Fraser Health as one of the cultural educators within our cultural safety team, more specifically toward the physical space in our healthcare facilities. And one of the things that I'm really struggling with, sorry, I have 3 things to bring up. I'll be quick. One of the things that we really struggle with as a cultural education team, I find, is on a systemic level, is that we go and we share all of this wonderful information about traditional ways of healing, about how to work with our communities and engage with our communities and have meaningful conversations with our communities and how to provide culturally safe care. And it's always received really well. And I see 40,000 employees across the Fraser Salish region, light bulbs turning on all the time. And it's beautiful to watch. However, where we struggle, I think, in moving to a place of true integration is the ministry. Because we can do all this work and we can do all of this teaching and this learning, but when the ministry comes and says, do this right now this way, there's really nothing, everybody's hands are tied. And the staff just have to move and be done in a timely manner with the numbers and the data collected, and it goes against everything that we're trying to teach. And so I agree that we need Indigenous representation at every level of this system that's still getting created. And one thing that I think that I see as an identified gap is the ministry, like who's educating the ministry, you know, and how is that getting streamlined down?
This is such a great question, and I'm glad that you posed it. And I'm going to preface this as to why I state this ad nauseum over and over. And I'm going to ask for a commitment from each and every one of you today to go home and ask the young people to go to school and study healthcare, study business. Tell everybody. We need people like Antonia, only 500 more of them, that work in the system and do this good work. It's thankless work, it's hard work, and it feels like you're banging your head against the wall every day, right? And we go home and we talk to our elders and we say, how do I stay strong in this fight? I was just making a joke earlier saying, you know, we really are working to integrate our teachings into this cultural and safety humility standard the First Nations Health Authority has created. Now we're sharing it and asking the health authorities and different organizations to create this. My Auntie Wendy Thitsemia, who I believe in the room, helped to bring some cultural teachings to the work. See Samaya, the bee, the bumblebee, that you're doing that good work. But really, some days I feel like I'm a soldier fighting in a cold war. And it's hard. And unless we have our own people and well-educated allies at all levels of the system, the work will not succeed. And I'm seeing the same thing right now. So in my new role as a clinical quality manager at FNHA, and it's with the provincial team, so we serve the regions, I have 100 questions and I'm the 100-question person, and I ask all the hard questions. There's all these documents that come from the ministry, and I sit at a number of committees and there's ministry people there, and I keep asking them, what is your role in this meeting? What are you doing here? And they can't answer my question. So I ask again, what are you doing here? You never speak. What is your role and responsibility and authority to make decisions? And they can't answer my question. We're currently, that's what I was doing in the corner, was finishing a terms of reference, which is a Hulitum way of saying roles and responsibilities and authority to make decision at this table. And so that again is why it's so important that our people go to school. I've never written a TOR in my life, but I'm learning today, because I want to hold those people at the ministry accountable. I have only recently learned that one is a director and one is a manager. They have authority, but they weren't sharing what their authority is. So the next meeting, we're going to talk about that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
But currently, there is a new health plan being launched in the province by Minister Dix. In that, and you can Google it, it's a PDF document. And I found it and I asked my director, where is the steering committee from the First Nations Health Authority that's advising on that content? Because there are lines in there throughout saying, oh, we're going to do this for Indigenous people. Oh, we're going to do that. There is nothing indicating how they're going to actually measure the success and how this is rolling out in the health authorities. There's a huge gap in that because the KPIs, which are the ways they measure performance and quality, are so whack. So I have no other way to say it. It's so whack. So for example, they're measuring the
hear-
performance
sorry.
of ambulance care by measuring how many hours they have. So that tells me they don't have good measurement. So that's the next work in our department. That's a good question. Keep pushing forward.
Thank you. There's more to it. I think we've got. Oh, we had one more that wanted to respond to that. Is that right? Yeah.
I'll just circle back to the first question that you asked. What do I see in 7 years? What is my dream? I think that there are a lot of good people. One of our elders used to say, we are all good people. And even when you have people in power with good hearts and good minds, and they would like to get off the way to let us self-determine what our healthcare will look like and feel like. That's the dream, is for us to be determining what we need for ourselves. And because as it is, systems, no matter what agency it is, are still a construct that was developed by the Western mainstream. So we're stuck in these systems that are implicitly racist and unconcerned with Indigenous people's wellness. And when they want to say we have people representing from the territory or whatever, like Indigenous people on their staff, it's on their terms. They're the ones that pick the right kind of Indian that they want working in these roles. And often those roles are not healthy because the communities that the land that the agency is on, those are the ones that should be determining who are in those roles, not the governing agencies who are deciding what do we think the right kind of Indigenous person should be. How about you be quiet, give it to the people, they'll put forward who it is that they feel safe with and connected to and trusting. So I think that's one of the destinations with that dream.
Thank you. Anybody else? I know. Oh, Elder Roberta? We've got about 5 minutes.
I'm going to take it all. OCM, I just want to raise my hands up in honor and thanks to each one of you for the work that you're doing every day and for many, many years. And I just want to share, and I'm sorry, I literally know and introduce to thousands of people. I remember names and faces, but I can't remember people's names all the time, but I do remember beautiful faces and smiles. But I just want to honor you for the work that the elders said, okay, you're going to do this. And I want to share with you that, you know, in all my elders work, I started to get called in 2009. And I just thought, oh, I don't think I have a right. I don't think I should have been with my mom, my grandma. I don't think I have a right to do this. So I went to my beautiful elder Rose Point, who was my elder for more than 20 years. And I said, Elder Rose, I don't think I can do this. I should have been with my mom and my grandma. She sat there for a long, long time. And then she said, over our constant teas, she would always give me her seed. We'd harvest the cedar from her tree for me. And she sat there for a long time and then she said to me, you know, Roberta, when you're called, it's your duty to answer. You have to go now, Roberta. You have to go. Still not feeling confident. I went to my other beautiful elder, Elder Fred John Statlium from the Lil'wat people, who was my elder for more than 25 years. And I said the same thing. And he sat there for a long, long time. And he said, you know, the same thing. You know, Roberta, when you're called, it's your duty to answer. You have to go now, Roberta. It's your responsibility. Through my tears, I wanted to say, did Elder Rose call you? And as I've realized, sitting with all my sister matriarchs and brothers, that all the elders have the same answer, maybe a few different words. So we were directed and started that journey. So I started going into the hospitals in 2009. And at first I thought, you know, what can I do? What? So I said a prayer. I set up a prayer and I said, please help me, Creator and ancestors, to give to the families what I need to give. And when I went in, and now since 2009, I've given service to 20,000 families in Providence Healthcare, Vancouver Coastal Health, BC Women and Children's, over 10,000 families at BC Women and Children's. And you know, when I first went in there, again, I didn't want to. I didn't think I had a right, but I knew what my duty was. It was to that patient, little baby in the bed, child, mother, grandmother, grandfather. I knew that was my duty. When I went in, I tell you, the experiences were very, very horrible of how I was treated by the professionals. When I'm given a code to go through a door, I'm punching in the code and people walk up to me and say, are you supposed to be here? Some of my beautiful matriarch elders, I would never answer. I would just think, why aren't you answering? Because they know who they are. So I'm punching the code and they, oh, are you supposed to be here? Totally ignore them, walk through the door, go take care of the family that I need to take care of. And, you know, a lot of that naysaying around, we can't do the work. We can't do the, what is that going to do? And I was just sharing to our beautiful elder, Amy, that, you know, when I started at BC Women's, I'd be called, baby's going to pass in 2 hours. Baby's not going to make it till midnight. Baby's not going to make it till the morning. I go in there, share the blessings, the prayers to our ancestors, bringing in their ancestors of the families are there. And I say, it's not up to the professionals. It's up to the Creator and the ancestors when it's time for them to go. I stopped counting at 25. And you know, when they doubt me and say, oh, well, what are you going to do? What do you think, you know, what do you think that's going to happen when you come in here? I want to say to those naysayers, try dying and then call Elder Roberta in. We'll see. So doing what we're called to do, I raise my hands up in honor and thanks. I raise my hands up in honor and thanks for calling upon our grandchildren to get into the medical fields, all the different fields. And thank you for the leadership and representation. Thank you for being such a beautiful ally and having the 2 ears and the 2 eyes and following the teachers of my mentor elders. It's just so powerful. And one of the many roles that I share out there, I've been called as the elder with Elder Bryce Mercredi, Métis elder, to when they created the In Plain Sight Task Force, we were called to do that. And let me tell you, everybody, you miss a couple of meetings and you're volunteer told to be something else. All of a sudden, I miss a few meetings and we're the elders with the Indigenous Health and Reconciliation team within the Ministry of Health. And now they're dealing with all the big organizations, Health Employers Association, the unions, in adopting the Indigenous Cultural and Safety Humility Standard. And let me tell you, I've been the one to do all the meetings and we couldn't get everybody in person, all these big wigs. So we finally had to do Zoom. Then they finally agreed to do an in-person at Musqueam Cultural Center a few weeks ago. And guess what? They sent all the lower managers to the meeting. All of those big wigs that were on the Zoom meetings, never showed up. And so our lovely people taking care of doing some of the teachings with there fully acknowledge the people who should be here are not here. So there's a huge resistance, but you know what I see in that resistance? Is we're coming. We're coming in a force with our beautiful grandchildren. You're going to lead the way. We're coming in force. The more resistance we meet, that's what I see. Sharing the teachings of my beautiful elder Fred John. When I was doing some work in 2009, I was receiving that resistance, that colonial white policy that some of our people really adopt, really hurt my feelings, really hurt me. And I was crying. So I went to Elder Fred and I shared this with many, many leaders. I was telling them all my sorrows and griefs. And he had just finished one of his big drum workshops and he was twiddling his drumsticks and he always chuckled. And he starts chuckling and I'm bawling my eyes out and I'm thinking, Elder Fred, why are you laughing? I'm crying. After a while, Elder Fred said, you know what, Roberta, the work is getting done. The work is getting done. If you were not crying, if you thought everything was fine, going along, maybe the work would not be getting done. I share Elder Fred's teachings with many because we're making waves. We're making waves, and each one of you are doing that and working along with beautiful allies like you and many, many beautiful allies out there. It's just that 1 in 4, 1 in 10, 1 in 12 that makes us relive the trauma that we've been through with their horrible, horrible rudeness and racism, brings us down. So seeking out sisterhood, our beautiful elders, doing that self-healing, going into ceremony and prayers really helps us continue that work. So I raise my hands up in honor and thanks to each one of you. OCM, OCM, thank you.
I have a sense we could have this conversation for about 10 more hours, but we won't do that. What I would like to do is we're getting close to lunch here. So what I want to do is have a little bit of a way of wrapping up where we pass the microphone along and in 1 or 2 sentences, a message for young people. You've already kind of done that a little bit, but just to get it really concise and get a message out there that is kind of a guidance, a little bit of a way of how do we move forward with what we know right now. I have a sense from all of this, from this conversation, that there is a lot of frustration at the systems that are in place that do not serve us very well on both sides. And there's more of a need for this attitude of listening and humility. That's the sense I have. Can I start with Reg? Do you feel ready? You could have a message for young people, 1 or 2 sentences.
I would just encourage, like was spoken, that we need to hear your voice, and we need you to lean into healthcare, lean into what you into your passions, and we need to hear your voices.
Yeah, I think of the teachings from Sulks and Shame Point, Theet, the truth. So when you're grounded in truth and your truth, and you know who you are, no one can ever take that away from you. So when you bring that with you in everything that you do, that is the laws of these lands, of your lands, of who you are. No one can ever disrupt that. So stand strong in who you are. And we need you. This work that we're doing is for you and for the next generations. And I hope to see you in these spaces making a big difference in the future.
With inspiration from the story about the Chachals, the Shwil of our people, we are still in a state of transformation. And the chachals are the ones that did that work long ago that helped Litlake be here today, and our little skome following behind the dog head. You can take those teachings from that Shul Huyam and decide what part of the transformation you will be a part of. And all the while taking advantage of all the good health services that exist so that you can be healthy and happy and thrive. I love you guys.
If all my nephews and nieces were here, I would say take care of your health now. Eat good things now. Keep your body healthy now. Because in 20 years or 30 years, when it's time for you to start coming into yourself with your own gifts, if you don't have your health, you have nothing. And so I also want to leave with them. My prayer is that they continue to learn to be respectful to their elders and to listen to their elders and to understand that they're here to learn. Our culture has entitled a lot of our youth in ways that we're losing a grip on them. And we need to pull them back in and love them harder and help them to understand that they are the future. What are we handing over to them? Take care of your health and keep loving yourselves. Bye.
Eat your fiber? Okay, we'll do that. Okay, thank you everybody for your attention. I have a, what's that? And your teachings. Thank you for your teachings. I have little gifts for each of you that I made. Stitch that with my bare hands. Yeah. You are entirely welcome. My heart is so full. Is your heart full, Grandma? Yep. Okay, good. We got right where we wanted to get to there. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Really thankful to the panelists. This is my heart song. I'm so happy that this is going well. Is it going well? Yeah, okay. Hey, all right. Good to know. Thank you so much. So with that, I will have you take your leave. Thank you so much for being here, for being present, and for sharing all that you shared. I really appreciate the attitude and the teachings that you all brought. And I wish you a good lunch and enjoy your fiber. Yeah, just down. Yeah. Against the seam so it doesn't roll away. At this time, I would like to call forward our drummers to share a table song. Well, you know what? Give it a moment. Thanks, Dom. Give it just a moment. I have a little Joanne. Palaktanat, looking for Joanne. She's back there. Okay. At this time, what I want to do, we had somebody who was going to do a moment to sort of get us ready for eating. Are you ready to eat? Oh, I don't need to get you ready. Okay. Essentially, what I want to do is make people aware that when you are taking in food, what you are doing is putting more earth in your body, right? And it's important to take a moment to honor that, to honor that you are receiving these gifts from the earth and taking that in and becoming that. Our understanding is that we're made of Mother Earth and we are very needy. We need, and Mother Earth, she just gives. And when we take the time to honor food for nourishing us, then we become more whole. And that is actually something that is it also speaks to a Western science awareness of our sympathetic nervous system and our parasympathetic nervous system, where if we take a moment before we start to eat, our parasympathetic nervous system, which helps us devote our resources, our physiological resources, towards taking in the nutrients that are in our body. When we slow down, our body is better able to take up the nutrients. It's wild. It's almost like we already kind of knew that in a way. So I want for people, when you are taking in your food, just to have a moment, just to spend, it could be 3 seconds, it could be a few minutes, just really recognizing the act that you are doing and the sharing that is coming from the earth. So I'm going to invite you to do that, even if it's going to be a little bit socially awkward, because people don't do that all the time, but give it a shot. At this time, we'll call forward the drummers. We'll have you sing a song that helps us give thanks all the way up to the front. We'll have you sing a song that helps us give thanks for the nourishment that we're taking into our bodies. I'll have you take it away. Your slowest, just kidding. Your slowest dinner song. Thank you so much for sharing your medicine. Wow. Did anybody feel that? Was that nice? So what we will do now, where's our food is out on this patio here. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So food is ready. So here's how this goes. If you are an elder, you get to eat first. So if you can make your way over to where the food is, or if we have elders who need to be served, we've got to make sure to be taking care of them. If you have some gray hair and you're wondering if you are elder enough to go up and eat, that by the time you think that, that probably means that it is time to go up and eat. Yeah, right. And then everybody else kind of goes up after that. There's lots of space to eat either in here, outside on the patio. There's tables on both sides of the patio. There's also tables under the tent across the lawn. Speaking of the lawn, if people want to smoke, smoking is permitted on the lawn out in the back here. There was other things I wanted to say. Take your time eating, of course. We want to take in all that good nourishment, but I will call you back at 12:25. There's lots more cool stuff happening on the agenda after lunch. Make sure if you haven't signed up for your workshops that you do that out on the patio. We've got the cultural spaces happening. Please enjoy your lunch responsibly. We will see you back here at 12:30.
Recording. Well, I only have two.
You have another podium. That one plugged in there.
Oh, I see. So, oh, I see. So I should.
Is there
Yeah.
another one in here?
I think so. Yes,
Yeah,
there
you can
is.
yeah, this one can plug in there.
But I just need to plug the laptop in. I guess, oh, and then right here.
Hi, cool. Tell Willip. Yeah, but you'll know. I'll call you. I won't do that. Probably just call you. Let me get sound on this. Thank you very much. Hi, cool. Tell Willip. Lee Siaya. Yetaswomach. Welcome back. Yes, thanks for coming back. I thought there might be a chance that people would just hang out on the lawn or down by the fireplace or just visit for a while. So thank you for making your way back, and there will still be more people coming in, but we are going to move into the second part of the agenda for today. So the very first thing that we're going to have is my friend Sue Ann Phillips will be leading us through a somatic exercise, something that brings us a little bit more into our body. After that, we have a panel discussion on entheogen assisted therapy. What is that? You'll find out soon if you don't know. This is a little ringy. Can I get the volume down a tiny bit? Thank you. What's that? Oh, that guy. After that, then we'll start to go into the breakout sessions where the workshops are going to happen and the different healing stations will be. So I think I covered everything. Does that sound like I talked about the things I want to talk about? Thank you, Sue. So at this moment, we'll have my friend Sue Ann Phillips come up and she will share a little bit of a way for us to get recentered and collected in our personal selves, as well as connected with each other a little bit in kind of an entertaining way. We'll see. Sue Ann is very spirit-led as well, and she just sort of takes the pulse of the room to get a sense of what it is that might be needed in the way of activity or exercise. Who was expecting that?
Okay. Oh, yes. I forgot, we're also virtual, aren't we? Time of ages, right? Good, good work. Keep shaking that out. Now we're gonna start off with a silent giggle. Silent giggle. A silent giggle. Silent. Silent giggle. Everybody got their silent giggle perfected? Add some sound now to the giggle. Oh. Can everybody feel that? Take time to notice as you giggle what's happening within the body. What's starting to happen? Okay, so now as we do the giggle, one more time, you can add in another giggle. Let some sound come forward. Good. Now we're gonna get a little crazy. Your favorite song, a song you enjoy. Yeah. And enjoy that song. Maybe you've got some headphones on and you're gonna start enjoying that music. Maybe it's your favorite powwow song, right? Whatever that may be. And now bring that forward, that happiness, that joy. We talked a lot about that before lunch break, that sense of love and joy, that message we heard this morning from the people who were sharing with us earlier. Bring forward that joy that's there, listening to that music. And if there's a sound that goes with it, maybe some some sound. Maybe there's some right? Take a moment. And then as we get building on this and you keep listening and hearing that song, whatever that may be for you, allow the sound to come forward. Laughter, maybe humming, some singing, to the point that those that are sitting out there in the fire pit might try and hear us. They might be able to pick us up if we get loud enough. All right. And if you need to move, feel free to move. Let your body stretch. Oh, awesome. But I don't think the ones outside could hear you. Let's try. Awesome. Cleansing breath. Breath in. What are we noticing? Is there a change in your body? Is there a change in how you're starting to see things and feel about the day? Yeah, notice how impactful that is. Just giving yourself permission to have that laughter, to have that sound, right? Allow your body the freedom to experience that sense of love and joy. Those teachings that came forward this morning are so powerful. They're so impactful that as you take time to process and understand how it affects you specifically and how you can be of service to that message in a good way. For me, that builds me up, that brings me so much joy and excitement for where this can go just from our time of gathering together, right? That laughter is such beautiful medicine and energy that we can share, even just starting it off with a smile, right? So maybe we're not in a place to bring laughter forward, but maybe a smile to one another. Right? Can start there and see where it can grow, because maybe it will go into. Allow it to build into that. Allow it to expand into that. And enjoy that medicine and that time that we continue to have together. I hope that your continued time for the rest of the day will fulfill what you came and what medicine you need to pick up for yourself in that good way. Yakokusai, lahai.
Okay, laughing. Good medicine. And actually not always easy to do, right? The truth is that sometimes joy can be a little bit challenging to access. I would like to call forward the panelists who are going to be on the entheogenic assisted therapy talk. So that will be Francine, Leanne, Marisa, and Kim Haxton. Kim Haxton, are you in the room? Yes. And while you're getting settled in, I'll tell a story. My sister's heard this story a lot, and she's sitting right at the very front. So I'm feeling a bit like, okay, how do I tell this story in a way that is fresh, that isn't misleading? So, and it is actually about laughter. What it does, it's amazing that she did a laughter thing, because it connects that exercise with what we're about to talk about here. Okay, I'll start with the story about eating refried beans. Yeah, that story. You've heard this story too, Grandma. So about a year and a half ago, I was eating a lot of refried beans. It's not even the funny part. So it was my habit or my routine. Wednesday and Thursday evenings, I'd go home and I'd make myself a plate of food, and I'd have refried beans with it. There, you remember now, hey? And it was delicious. Like it was part of my routine. It was nice. And so it was beans. I was passing gas. Right? That is the funny part, but it gets better because the sound, and I'm like standing here going, maybe this is too personal, but the sound that it made was the exact same as how it sounded when my dad did that. When our dad did that. And he didn't care at all. He'd just be laying back on the couch watching TV and just be like, brr, and just let them rip. And the thing was, it sounded the exact same. Like, you know, if you pick up the phone and you don't know who you're talking to until you hear their voice, it was that. It was like, oh, wow. It's like my dad's fart voice. And it felt special because he had passed. He had passed a while ago. He passed away in 2008. And so this was, 12 years later or whatever it was, 13 years later. And I went, wow, it's such a beautiful thing that he's showing up for me in this way. He's with me. That feels really special. No? And then out of nowhere, one day my cousin phoned me up and she said, hey, how are you doing, Win? And carrying on, we're just getting caught up. And she said, okay, I don't know. I had this dream and I feel like I have to tell you, because in the dream, your dad came to me and he said to tell you, don't eat the beans. She's like, I don't know why I would need to say that to you, but I'm just trusting my dream. And so there you go. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. First of all, that's the very first thing that my dad ever told me not to do. Second of all, that was my heartfelt connection to him, was this like, beautiful noise that my body was making in like an echo of him. Fast forward to some medicine work that I did with Fran. That's the flatulent story ends there. So we did this, it's a plant medicine ceremony. And as I was going into the ceremony, I was thinking of what are my intentions for this? What am I trying to get out of this plant medicine assisted therapy session? And I was sitting by the fire reflecting on that. And what came was that I hadn't been receiving the feeling of care. I knew it was there, right? And so I wanted to feel it. And at the very end of the ceremony, I told that story. I told that story to Fran and our brother Brian. And they laughed and it was great. And then I was sitting reflecting on that. And I went, you know what? That was how my dad showed care. That was how he shared care, was he made people laugh. He was helping people laugh. And that was a big way for him to show care. And so now when I hear people laughing at the stories I'm telling, I can feel that way of caring. And it's amazing to me because here he is beyond the grave sharing fart jokes. And I feel it as care. It's a beautiful thing, yeah? Yeah. So what are we talking about here? It's entheogen-assisted therapy. So the thing is, some people, this is their world. Some people live and operate in this branch of, it's sort of a new or resurfaced branch of Western medicine healthcare. But it is actually a branch that has existed in Indigenous cultures as far back as anybody can conceive of. So first of all, the topic is entheogen-assisted therapies. And for those unfamiliar, the word entheogen just means a substance that is used to induce an altered state of consciousness. So some people use that word interchangeably with psychedelics. So if that's helpful for you to when somebody says that word, entheogens, you think psychedelics, great, then that's helpful, great. The reason that I think we might be discussing this, or part of the reason, is that this is resurfacing as a branch of healthcare in Western medicine. There's lots of research being conducted on it, and it seems like it's here to stay this time. And what's happening is there's a place in that branch of Western medicine where they're recognizing there's something we don't understand that Indigenous people already do. There's an aspect to it of spirit, actually, that they're looking to us going, you already seem to know how to operate in these altered states, right? You have all these other ways of doing it, whether it's through fasting, or it could look like breath work, or it could be drumming and that kind of thing. You already know how to operate there. Can you help us? That's what I'm seeing. So what I'm hoping that we learn here is, well, in my mind, I've got two pieces to it. One is just to get some knowledge for people who are unfamiliar with this mode of healing. And the other is to show how Indigenous ways of knowing are already collaborating with Western medicine to expand the healing potential. That seems good, right? We'll go towards that. So again, here we have this really cool lineup of people. And I want to point out, we're not trying to see ourselves as big experts of things. We are here sharing our perspective and knowledge. We see and know things that are different than everybody else, and that's what we want to share. I'm going to start with my friend Leanne. Leanne works as a nurse practitioner, and she's done that work at Samath as well as Stalo Service Agency. We've worked together running somatic trauma therapy groups, which has been so fulfilling. And she's also recognizing the value of preventative healthcare. So Dr. Reg Peters, this Leanne and Reg are married, and they have started the Upstream Wellness Clinic, health clinic. Okay, okay. And they both, you'll get a sense that they both exercise a level of respect and caution for the medicines that they work with. No introduction that I could give would convey the sense of love that I have for you. So I'm going to leave it at that. Francine. Francine, I'll let you introduce yourself the way you would, but what I want to say is that she's been trained by her aunties who saw her gifts and just sort of put her in this role of making things happen. This event right here is one that she has just made happen. Lots of help, I'm sure, but the mind that put it together was in the head of Francine. So she's an entrepreneur. She can start and run businesses. She can create organizations, coordinate events, and everything that I see her do, she is weaving our traditional knowledge into Western ways of knowing, which, I mean, even this event is an example of that. Big fan. Marisa Turner, I can say we have had some really strong conversations. So Marisa works as a registered therapeutic counselor. She does somatic experiencing and has an understanding of transpersonal psychology. We won't try to explain that right now. And has an understanding of early attachment, which is how our infant or our childhood relationship with our parents influences all of our relationships for the rest of our lives, which there's another subject. So I know that she is skilled at holding space for what people might call an altered state and helping people make sense of what happens in those altered states. She's also very humble and just happens to love the human condition. Kim Haxton is Potawatomi. Thank you very much. She has such a dynamic skill set that it is hard for me to know exactly where to start when I'm introducing her. She works all around the world helping people to learn. Basically, this is my understanding. She is helping to learn to recognize themselves for their whole selves, which might be different than our beliefs of ourselves. That fits? I met her in the setting of a plant medicine ceremony where she has such stamina for holding space for participants day after day. She's a leader in reconciliation, inclusion, cross-cultural interpretation, land-based education, and she makes a really good cabbage salad. Yep. So we will begin. What I want to do is ask questions in under three sort of categories. Where are we at? Like, what are we even talking about here? What do we picture going forward? And then how do we get there? So I am curious to know a little bit about where we're starting from, right? So here we are with this, we've got this branch of healthcare that is burgeoning and it's growing. And we've got traditional ways of understanding and knowing that have already been there and understand a lot about the spaces that entheogenic assisted therapies are getting into. How are you seeing those two worlds coming together around that type of therapy right now? Is that a fair place to start? Do you have a microphone? Okay. Yeah, can we just start with that? Okay. How we see them coming together right now, and if it requires a little bit of history, feel free.
Thank you, Winchester. Aiswail, Shaishbulwit Tulsqui, Francine Douglas, and I'm Stalo from Tsa'alis on my mom's side, and Simshian from Metlakatla on my dad's side. And I'm just really honored to be here in the Palalt territory in this beautiful building, and really happy to be supporting Winchester and the Stalo Health team organizing this gathering. I think it's beautiful. It's been beautiful spending time with the team and seeing how the vision that Winchester had talked about, that culture of healing, coming together and seeing everybody here. It's amazing. I'm happy to be here sharing a little bit about the work that we're doing. This work started about 4 years ago when my husband, Darwin, his cousin Otis Jasper, and Reuben George and Justin George from Tsleil-Waututh, they were coming together as leaders of their communities, Chiam, Suwali, and Tsleil-Waututh, and wanting something different in the healthcare system. And they had an idea of a clinic-based model, and it was with plant medicines. And I remember when my husband went in for his first medicine ceremony with mushrooms, and he came back a different person. And his vision for that business, it was basically just brushed aside, realizing that this work in plant medicine is a lot bigger than any of us. And it's been extremely transformational for our family and the people that we've been walking with. And I'm really happy to be sitting with everybody on stage, because each one of these people have had a part in the work that we're doing with Sacred Circle. So we have, we received a grant through Health Canada to do ketamine-based therapy ceremonies with people who are wanting to redefine their relationship with alcohol. And when we talk about that intersection of our traditional knowledge and the Western healthcare system, I really felt it as we were developing the program, because I feel like we have a really good foundation of our healthcare, the way we take care of each other. And we know that, our elders know that. Our elders have an understanding of the plants, of the medicines that are outside that are good for us. And spiritually, we have our practices that include the Longhouse, but also include our other practices around grief and around mourning. We're really familiar with that, and a way of taking care. We know how to take care of ourselves. And with this funding that we have, and as we were building out the program, ketamine is a medicine that's used in hospitals for surgery. So it's an anesthetic. And we really struggled with that because it's not a plant-based medicine. It's synthetic. And but we went forward with it anyways, because we really believe in the process. And we really believe that, although ketamine does well for people who are suffering from depression, and anxiety, PTSD, and addiction, especially when it's surrounded in ceremony and it's surrounded in community, it can be extremely a beautiful transformational process for people. And I felt the challenge for me was always the pull of Western systems, kind of decentering our traditional ways. And so I feel like I've had to, in this position at Sacred Circle, work to protect that space and keep it really small, because I feel the pull with anybody coming in. I feel that pull into, okay, we need to make sure we're following the therapeutic guidelines. We need to make sure we're following the medical guidelines. And so it's, and we have Reg and Leanne working with us for that medical piece. And we have Marisa here helping us with the therapeutic piece. And so it's always been, how are we centering our cultural practices? And then just like we know, we hear about this in the Longhouse, we have people that are our backbone. And that's how I feel like I've stepped into this world, is we have our people that have gifts in the medical field, gifts in the therapeutic field, who are coming and they're providing that, they're the backbone for us. They're providing that support, but at the same time, making sure that we're centering our cultural practices and making sure that is always at the forefront.
Thank you, Francine. Anybody else that wants to jump in on that? I'll just summarize, but yeah, okay, great, sure. We'll have you. So, but what I was hearing with that was, is there a rumble coming from me? No? Okay. What I was hearing with that was that there are traditional ways of understanding medicine, and there's already this thing happening of allying ourselves with people who are willing to respect our understanding and knowledge of how to work that way. Is that, yeah, okay. And then Leanne.
Thanks, Francine. My name is Leanne Bjornrud, settler, Norwegian descent. I live on the Mathquay territory and I love where I live. I appreciate it. And I sit in awe where I am here in Seabird, Cham. Thank you for having me. I would say about 5 years ago, Reg and I started to have this interest learning. Things were popping up. Like from actually Reg's brother, Peg, who's here right now, really introduced us to what was going on research side, maybe psychedelics, what it was doing for people, end of life anxiety, depression, learned about psilocybin, and then also learned about ketamine. And that was actually Benny Bloomfield who pulled me into that too, who's sitting here too. So there's just a family of people who have really shared in this knowledge. And perhaps from my perspective personally, I was working through some stuff and decided I should learn what the psilocybin's all about and did it. And maybe like you were talking about, your husband had a profound experience, as did I, but I didn't have the cultural practices to land it. And I suffered and it was tough. And I thought, ooh, okay, that was maybe, I didn't have the right thing. And so, went towards ketamine where I could have a bit more of a medical model for me and settled into it. Love the work, love what it's doing for people, but also felt some pieces of missing for me. I feel like I write the prescription, I sit, I watch the good things happen, and then it sort of lands all on me in that moment, or Reg, and maybe the therapist who's with us. And when we got to connect, and actually is a random meeting with Kim, actually, Benny, I think you introduced me to Kim at an airport, and we sat together and learned that I was working in ketamine and you had known what was happening with you in Sacred Circle. And to now come in and practice in a place where, yeah, I'm not the whole body. I'm not the I'm not the rules. I'm a piece. And when you told us backbone, it just made us feel like part of community, and people could land and be safe, and we could use the skill we have. And of course, with ketamine, it's newer here. So I do have to follow these guidelines, and I do have to have, doses that match if anyone audited me, because they will, so there's these pieces. So learning how to bring that together when actually the person and the culture and the community is actually, to me, the most important thing. The ketamine's helpful.
I think that says it. One of the things that I heard there was that you have a system that you've got to operate inside of, but you still do recognize that you are a piece, you are playing a role in a community, and that's an important part of the healing work. Does that sound right? Okay, and here we've kind of jumped forward in the conversation, possibly for some. I want to say that I probably 4 years ago, I wouldn't have pictured being in this conversation or even doing any of this kind of medicine, right? The way that you can say medicines or substances were treated around me when I was growing up, around me and my sister when we were growing up, was definitely not done in a healing way. The ways that substances were used when we were young was done in a way to actually for people to distance themselves from themselves. And that was really actually hard to tolerate. It was really hard to tolerate. And so we actually grew up with all these coping strategies for me, just totally abstinent, right? Is that right? Okay, totally abstinent, right? Just never doing any drugs or drinking at all or anything like that, and not having anything to do with that world because of the damage that I saw it doing. And then all of a sudden there's this group of people saying, hey, Win, you got to come and try this ketamine. It's the best. It's really going to help. That's not a direct quote, I'm summarizing the words that came, but I'm wondering if we could go down to the other end somewhere and see if you have anything to say about like how do we address, or do we even need to, should we bother addressing where there is still stigma? Do we focus on that? Yeah, what's your take on that?
I think that's a really good question. And I think what I really noticed this last time with the group that was coming through in this specific setting with ketamine was a group of young 20-year-olds. Most of them have abused substances. And reflecting actually as we were talking about it, I think about 2 weeks ago was their second ceremony. And I think what took us all by surprise was we walked into the ceremony space and everybody was already in their own process. And what I mean by that is in the beginning, this is completely, we're here to support it and be the backbone of it, but this is completely Indigenous led and in a very sacred ceremony. The sacredness of it is, I think, one of the biggest components in this particular work. And I noticed that it's almost like the group organized itself into that space without us having to say or set up or rally them in. I mean, these are some young, wild guys. And I think that they felt the sacredness of what they were doing. This was only after the second ceremony. I think the first ceremony is more of an introduction and, getting to set up the space, and the space is sacred. And a lot of those sacred pieces set the tone. And there's been so much abuse on all levels. So to be in a sacred space and to treat this in a sacred way, there is a sacredness that comes out of it afterwards. That I was lucky to have been involved with Sacred Circle from inception, from day one. And I remember being in that first experience, and everybody left there going, I want to take better care of myself. And it made me realize that the sacredness in it makes us reflect on how sacred we are, how sacred the body is that we live in, how sacred what we receive in that space is. And, what's been really beautiful about Sacred Circle Wellness is they just jumped in and did this. They were like, how do we merge this? How do we do better? And that's what's been unfolding for the past 4 years. And I think the most exciting thing as a therapist, and why I was excited to speak here today, is the health-seeking behaviors that are coming out of this work is undeniable. So we have to pay attention for the things that are working. We're in a mental health crisis. Our systems are not working. Our therapy is not working. And this is working. And the way we see it working is because the young people we're taking through are now calling me to book weekly sessions. I mean, that's just the most beautiful thing about this, is it's put them on their own healing journey that's come from themselves. So I'm just excited we're having this conversation, because we're really, I think we should focus on what is working. And this model, the way it's blended, the way Fran and Darwin and Sacred Circle hold the space and hold such sacred space, right, is something that I'm so excited about.
I can see that. And what was the phrase you said? Health-seeking behavior? Health-seeking behavior? Ooh, more on that later. Kim, did you have something to?
My family name is King. I'm from Wissahickon. I belong to the Martin clan, and my family's lineage is with the Medewan societies. I've been doing, instead of going to university, well, yeah, I've been on a traditional ceremonial plant medicine path for 24, 25 years now. And it's taken me from the Sierra Madres in northern Mexico down into the Amazons with cultures who haven't lost their traditional pre-colonial ceremonies. And one of the things I think is really important, because there is so much stigma in our communities, and I get, well, that's not our culture. And I'm like, well, for the past 45 years, our health metrics haven't changed. And if they've gotten worse, and the teaching that I was given is that we live in a state of chaos because we've forgotten to submit to the sacred. And I know that we all have practices, and I want to acknowledge that with everybody. I don't mean to offend anybody, but when we look at what's happening in our world, there's a teaching around that, around the morning star is the male principle and channels the intelligence of the universe to Mama Earth, if you want to say whatever the word you have here. And Mama Earth responds by growing all of these medicines, these sacred medicines, from the cedar to, all of them. And they carry medicine. We know we eat medicine. I was hanging out with Carrie Lynn the other day. We were grazing out in the forest, which is really beautiful eating. And these plant medicines are here to heal. They don't have an ego. The plants don't have an ego. And so that's my background. And so what I'm seeing in the psychedelic world, there's ketamine and other chemical, what's the word? Stuff. Infusions, if you want to call it, that also mimic a lot of the plant medicines. And it's really, and so there's more access to it because of a Western system, and so I think there's an important place where if we have Indigenous children, or I say children, but I'm not talking little ones, our young ones are 11 times higher with suicide than any other culture in the world. And I know that ketamine stops for 2 weeks, and we have other places in which we can do our cultural practices with that. And so when you look at the statistics of these things, which I don't like statistics because it's just like, let's just do what's right. I understand that with all the science people in here, healthcare workers, statistics are what we measure things by, or what you measure things by. So when I say that, when we're holding this space around ceremonies and around people's healing, it doesn't take away from your culture. It's not a lot of these medicines, used in the right way. We go to the doctor to get a painkiller or for our diabetes or for whatever it is. But these plant medicines and also these other medicines are offering opportunities for healing. And especially, we talk about the somatic work, and we know what it's like. And I'm speaking to all the Indigenous people, when people send darts to you, those darts that we pick up in our bodies from growing up, from the pains of colonialism and residential schools and all the other things. And that is everybody in the room who's suffered in different ways. And those things stay in our body, and they become the things that stop us from being able to, I just want to say, connect and get past the, and I call it the itty bitty shitty committee, that stops us, right? And we all know that one. So it goes from that internalized place. And the message I got this week in ceremonies is that we heal together, we share together, and we serve together in community, and we go slow.
Wow. There was a lot in there. One of the things, to me, it's rich, right? It's such a rich conversation, and it's another one that could just go on and on. But one of the things that you said that sparked up in my mind was about just around the concept of prescription, and how in Western medicine, I think generally there's, when a medicine is developed, it is put through research and it's tested, and then it goes out into the community, and then you check and see if it worked, and maybe it did all right and maybe it didn't. Maybe it'll get recalled or maybe it'll just keep going forward. But it's sort of a passive act of here's your medicine, take it, good luck. Where it seems like the sense that I'm getting from listening so far is there's more to that. You could call it a prescription. There's more that comes with it, which involves community, which involves togetherness, which seems to involve a sense of what we're really doing when we're healing together. And I'm wondering if anybody wants to speak to that, just about the difference between passive prescriptive medicine and using, could be plant medicines, but just any entheogenic assisted therapy. What are the differences between being prescribed medicine and this other style that we're talking about here?
I have something to share. Thank you. Just as everybody was speaking, I was thinking about that, how we heal in community, and it's funny, I think on the back of our shirt, it says "Together we heal." Does it say that? In the front? Oh, together we heal. And Brother Justin, he actually made hats for us about 3 years ago that it says "Together we heal." Same words. Yep. And individually with everybody here, we've talked about that, how we heal in community, we heal together. We can't do it alone. I remember after my very first session or ceremony with medicine, the message that kept coming to me was be careful, be careful, be careful, because this is something that was new to us. We we experience altered states, if that's what we want to call it, in our own ceremonies here in the Stalo territory, and we're familiar with that, and we're familiar with our cultural practices that we've learned from our aunties, and this was something that was getting us to that spiritual space, I guess, very quickly. And so I wanted to share that we've been working to be very careful and going very slow and making sure that we're not, we're not offering it in that prescriptive style, that it's not something that we take lightly when we're sitting with somebody who is coming in for medicine and coming in to start their own healing journey. It's always about building up their inner wisdom, remembering who they are and where they come from, remembering that each of us, we have the right to heal in our own way. And I've seen that with people that we've been walking alongside. They're not reaching out to other people to heal them. They're finding ways that work for them. And it's been beautiful. And I think the other thing I wanted to share too was how, in that same message of being careful, realizing that we're not doing this to create a program that people come in and leave, that we're creating, and it's like we're reestablishing our lifelong connections that we lost. We were so very connected, all of our families in the past. I talked to my great auntie Thelma, who's I think sitting in the cultural space now, and she's talking about all of the families, all the Stalo families in and around the valley, and she knew all of them. And I feel bad that I don't know a lot of the families. Like there's so many of us, and we've become disconnected. And how are we, I feel like through these medicines, we're finding that connection, remembering there's strength in community and strength in healing together.
I was just going to speak just to the prescriptive, like literal prescriptive piece for me as someone who prescribes, and just how different it is. Oh yeah, that's louder. And just how different it is in what I've been doing normally in a clinical setting, which prescribe all the time. I prescribe an antibiotic that's very important, that I think is necessary. And the one place that I do find it's a little harder is when it's to do with mental health, mental wellness, suicidality, things that are really hard. And I'm going to write a prescription and I'm going to hope it's going to be the right one that works, because I can't guarantee it will. So I'm going to hope when you leave and you're going to hope that it works. And it's kind of this isolated thing between us. And I'm going to hope you get a therapist and then hope it's going to work, and bye, and I'll see you in 2 weeks. And I want to do more. I want to sit with you for hours. I want to be with you. I want to learn it all. And I can't in that model. We don't have the capacity. And so being in a space where actually for ketamine, yeah, we need a prescription, but it's so much more. Like they're coming into community, they're coming into practice. The ketamine is 1 day out of a 4-day plus other meetings. It's a piece. It's this little piece. So the pressure's not all on me to fix something, and the pressure's not all on the person to make it work. It's everybody together sharing in the hope of healing. That's healing for me too, as a provider who's felt a lot of weight on what I write and sign, I think.
That's the same thing that Mama Moore was talking about. When we're bringing healing for others, we receive when it's real. Yeah. I had something and then I lost it. That's okay. So what I want to ask about here is just about the idea of how there is collaboration happening between these different ways of knowing. And I'm curious, Marisa, actually, we were talking about this, just about the idea of respect, being respectful, and are we, when we're coming together in these ways where there's these worldviews that recognize things very differently, one which is very much spirit oriented and one that you could say is sort of more mind oriented, and they come together and might not necessarily understand each other. Are we feeling wary about that? Or are we feeling excited about the possibility? Or are we nervous to share? Like what have you seen in your journey doing this type of work?
Oh, I think that's a complex question. I think, one thing that I did realize, I remember coming into the Sacred Circle work the first time over 4 years ago. And I remember coming in as a therapist, my little clipboard and my ideas about, the little exercises we would do. And I soon realized that I was in the presence of something so much greater. And I think for myself, I'm probably one of the very lucky ones to have spent so much time learning the culture. And I think unless we're going to learn the culture and unless we are going to be invited into those spaces, and it's tricky because there's so many things that we can't know. Like I remember I spent a lot of time with Justin and Ruben because and I'd like, and how do you get that? No, sorry, can't tell you that. You can't know that. So I was in the presence of this constantly for the last 4 years. And I think it comes with some pressure. It comes with some pressure of what space are we allowed to be in as non-Indigenous? What can we know? There's a natural curiosity, right? Because what we're wanting to do is we're wanting to blend. We've spent a lot of time on every Western psychology model. There is an Indigenous teaching. Yeah. And we have done our best to, merge those two. And we've done a lot of reciprocal healing and work together in that space. But it took me sitting in that space for 4 years and learning.
Oh yeah, that 4 years. Yeah, there you go. You graduated.
Always wanted to do one of those. Yay.
So what I hear you saying is that so you've got curiosity and you're going into these spaces and being shown what you're allowed to see and recognizing where the boundaries are and being respectful of that and taking your time with it. So there's not a rush to gather, to gain, to get all the knowledge, to cram in all the information, and you don't have the privilege to actually. You might never get to know some of those things. How is that? Oh, geez, for you, when you're sort of like corrected or given a boundary that way, how is that for Marisa?
Why is he laughing? Well, you and I had a little run-in very early on, and I think a big piece for me was for me to realize my place, and for me to realize that our model doesn't work, and we don't know everything. Not that I ever think I did, but I think there was I had no exposure to any of your cultural practices. And there's so many beautiful healing modalities embedded in your culture, right? Ones that we've adopted, right? And so I think for me it was actually, I think I've forgotten the question. I think it was me just realizing that I was in the presence of something so much greater than what we've ever learned.
That sounds really strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to pass the microphone to Kim. Are you talking about the caution versus the sort of?
These are sage advice. You don't have to take it. It's funny, my friend who I've known for 30 years, Susan Powell, is here, Lakota sister. And we were talking about this, and we talk about humility, and I was just with my teacher who's been practicing for 52 years with the medicine, and he said, what I know is what I don't know. And he said, I'm 52 years in and I'm still learning, and I will learn till it's done, and then Susan and I were talking, and she said, it's about not having a conclusion or knowing. It's about staying in the question. And so, or the mystery, and holding each other in that space.
There's a lot of space there. It seems like a lot of space to hang out in. I want to go, let's see. I'm thinking if you have anything to add to that, that's great. But I have a question that takes us into a little bit of a different stream, just about so we're talking about how good this is and how it can bring us together and bring all this awareness and stuff and be helping people, through suicidality or addiction issues or whatever it might be. Is it for everyone all the time? Is it like a heal all, just come try your mushrooms and sit back and you're going to be having a good life forever after that? Is that the sort of, it's a dumb question on purpose, but just to get your perspective on that.
Thank you, Winchester. I'm being reminded of I guess it was something that I was reading about the medicines a few years ago. And what it was telling me was that it's the work that we're doing, it needs to come from within. And if we're constantly reaching for medicines, just like if we're constantly have a headache, and we're reaching for Advil, when we're in ceremony and we are sitting with ourselves and sitting with spirit, and we have our intention and our looking at our path forward and receiving messages or feeling messages or hearing messages. It's the work afterwards. How are we continuing that path? How are we continuing to learn about our path forward and building on that intention? So it's not about continuously reaching for the medicine. It's about building up what you know and being able to go inward. And I think we can do it without the psychedelics. We can, and I've seen it. If we can spend time with ourselves, we're so busy. Every day we wake up and go, like me, for instance, this week, right? It's just so much in our heads. When are we creating time to sit with ourselves? Because if we do that enough, we'll hear it. Our body knows. And I think about our Victor was telling us last night, this and this, our body knows what we need. And the sacred medicine, it helps us access that, but it's not like we need to continuously be reaching for it. Mhm.
Okay. And even that teaching about what you get out of it, like when you're doing work afterwards, it's not, the work isn't all just happening in your ceremony and you're going, okay, great. Now I did my healing ceremony and I'll just go back to doing what I was doing before and hope I'm better. It reminds me of a teaching that we have, which is, with your, could be spiritual training or whatever, what you put into it is what you're going to get out of it. And there's an expectation there for how you're going to conduct yourself, how you're going to behave, so that you actually get the healing out of the work that you've done.
Yeah, I'm reminded of Auntie Wendy Ritchie. She has a book at the Solo Gift Shop on traditional plant medicines. And right at the front of the book, she talks about how it's so important if you're reaching out to a healer or to a medicine person, the respectful thing is make sure you're eating properly, you're taking care of yourself, you're sleeping, you're not consuming too much drugs or alcohol, you're balanced. And then if you still are off, then you reach for it.
So you're taking care of yourself in the ways that you can first. And then when you need help, how does that sit with you, Leanne? Okay. Would you want to either speak to that or the question about, is it for everybody?
Well, it landed. First of all, you just said landed. So I felt that like a solid thump right here in my chest. And what did you want me to speak to?
Okay, so.
Oh, is it for everybody?
Is it for everybody? How do you decide?
Yeah. Okay. So as the spine, as the backbone piece of it. So I would go, no, we have a medical screening for if we're talking ketamine. Because there's some people who it's not safe to do ketamine. It's not many, but there's some heart stuff that we watch. So we do screening that way. And there's a couple of maybe mental health things that we'd want to watch with ketamine as well. So we do psychological screening for that too. It's very few people who can't, but I also don't think it's for everyone. And I think it's for when you're ready. And I think when you've maybe done some of that work and you know that the medicine is this sacred day, it's going to open a door likely. It may get you digging into deeper, darker places you didn't think or want maybe to go to. And it's going to be the work that's going to happen after that's going to let it settle. So it isn't just an awesome day. It's really work after. A lot of work after, and can change lives.
So it sounds like there is preparation beforehand, and then there is work done afterwards to help the things that you gathered during your session or your ceremony kind of settle in and become part of you. Okay.
I'm a little less worried if someone is suicidal. I'm a little less worried about their screening. I just want to get that medicine in because I think it can help. So in a situation like that, but otherwise, a screening's good.
What do you mean? If somebody is suicidal, just do it?
I'm saying I want to get to it like soon because it can help. It can bump people out of being suicidal actively in a moment. It can. So someone like that, if I couldn't get them in for their mental health screening, I may navigate that so that I could get the medicine to them because I think risk benefit, if they might kill themselves, the risk benefit makes a little bit of sense for me there. Ketamine specifically. Yeah, ketamine for suicidality. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Forever. Yeah, ketamine is not a new medication. It's a protected medication by the World Health Organization. Country, if you're on the battlefields in war, they carry it in case someone has an explosion, something happens to their leg. My husband Reg in Emerge was using it daily. If you dislocate your shoulder, they give you a big dose of ketamine so that you kind of pass out and they reset your arm. They give it to children. It's used all the time. They just started to notice that people after these being in hospital, they had a boost in their mood. Maybe someone who was in there because something happened, they jumped. All of a sudden, they're not suicidal anymore. They started to have to study this medication. It was doing something that was lifting the mood, antidepressant effect, but it doesn't last forever. So you have to do the work that comes with that opening of the door that ketamine gives. Is that helpful? Yeah.
Was that helpful for you? Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, that really brought some things together for me. So there's a freshness to this conversation, right? The conversation we were having earlier had a lot of this, the sense of the systems that are in place that are kind of restricting us. And here we're having a conversation that almost seems a little bit fantastical. Speaking of fantastical, I'm curious what people's fantasies are for this approach or this branch of healthcare. In the future, what do we picture? And it might be outlandish. Like, again, this could just be wishful thinking, but I'm curious to see, like, what kind of healing work are we hoping for with this?
I have a plan.
Fran has a plan.
I've been working on a plan actually for 4 years or maybe less. Really, I stepped into the role with Sacred Circle maybe 2.5 years ago or so, and because it was the 4 guys, right? Darwin, Otis, Ruben, and Justin, and they're all busy with their own lives, and they all have big visions for a lot of things. So myself and Dessa, who is Otis' wife's sister, we came in and we were helping manage things like on the logistical level. And so I've been holding on to this work plan that came from the vision of these guys initially. And you know, it was really interesting to hear the conversation in the earlier panel, and I was getting excited as people, as I could sense the people's frustrations who were speaking. I was getting excited because I think it's possible. I think I see in our own time, in our time, not in 7 generations down the road. I see it in our time where we can start making a difference. And because I see the people in this room you guys are already bought in to that idea of holistic ways of health. You guys are it. This is our group right here. And we have an opportunity to start making a difference and start offering services and really centering our traditional healthcare practices now. We can start doing that. And bringing in our people from these other systems and other ways. And that was one of the things I wanted to share with when I was talking about going slow and being careful. We made sure that we were talking about our cultural protocols. That was such a big, heavy conversation we continued having about our cultural protocols. If our aunties and our grandmas walked into the room and we were doing this work, would they agree? Would they be proud of us? And one of the things that was really important to us was making sure that we're learning from our Indigenous brothers and sisters who have unbroken lineages to these plant medicines, and learning directly from them and sitting with them, because we've been leaning on Western ways of medicine, Western ways of healing. And we do need that. We know it's not something we want to get rid of, but there's an opportunity for us to learn from other Indigenous ways. And we see it working these past 4 years. We've kept it small, we've kept it close, and we're starting to share our story. We've been doing research. We've been running programs. We've been sitting in community and with family, and slowly bringing people in through ceremony. So I think it's possible, and yeah, and it's happening now.
Fran has a plan. This is starting to sound like a infomercial for entheogenic assisted therapies, but it's what's that? Yeah, that's Fran's plan. Did you, Kim, have something to add to? Okay, why not? We'll have Kim
Give-
speak, and then we'll have people from the audience if there's anybody that's got
I'm like giving Auntie a mic. It's funny because when I met Fran and Darwin and everybody 3 years ago, I'd seen that they've been trained in a Western way, and I was like, psst, psst, meet me down south this winter. And they were like, okay. And it's been really good, you know, and that community of people. And I think it's really important as we're doing this work that we go slow. I think that's one of the biggest things that the teachers have said is go slow, you know, and I think that's one of the hardest things. There's a tsunami in the psychedelic world that is, you know, it's something to behold, not really. And it is a tsunami of practitioners and people having experiences and being like, and neo shamanism, and it's problematic. And then there are cultures that have been established. We have, and I know that here, you know, the Stolo culture and the practices that are held here, sorry for making that sound, I think are really important to uphold in the center of this. Each location in each community, it changes, because what are those teachings? What are those places in which those the wisdom is held and the wisdom is decimated? And let that be the guide rather than the medical model. I think the tools of the medical are really important, you know, but you've heard Marissa and Leanne both talk about that, you know, and I think it's time that, you know, they talk about two-eyed seeing, you know, with Western and Indigenous, but I think it's really a time where we have to check ourselves and center an old wisdom, because right now, the pathology and those things of a Western model have been held, you know, we talk about policies, and have been held in protocols with communities for a lot longer. And I think that's really important to honor and what that looks like, and be open to listening.
I feel like clapping. Do you mind?
I do.
Okay. To me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Winchester wind chimes has an entirely new meaning for me. I'm sorry.
Winchester wind chimes. Cool, thanks. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Thank you for that. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Cheeto. So what we've got time for is probably one question from the crowd. Is there anybody that's got, yeah, okay. Oh, cool. It's Janelle Scoro. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you everyone for sharing. I learned some things today, and it just got my wheels spinning. I'm really curious, as a healthcare provider working in community, or for a healthcare provider working in hospital, if they were to have a client or patient that maybe, you know, now with this knowledge in the back of our mind, like, how, is there a process or a way to reach out to your teams or to connect people to this? Sounds like a great therapy.
It's a question about access.
Sacredcircle.ca.
Question answered. Is that good enough? Okay. Okay, great. Is there anybody else that's got, yes? Bria?
I just wanted to share personally, Fran's my sister-in-law, Darren's my older brother, this is our sister. Our family has been deeply impacted through these processes, and I just want to attest how that's gonna change the trajectory of our whole family. It's really impactful when one person does it for themselves, but when a whole family can do it, and we celebrate and hold each other up, it's really unbelievable. And yeah, just because of our connection, we've had the great honor in our family to see the work you ladies are doing, and it really is so phenomenal. And it's impacting our community in huge ways. I have a background in counseling psychology, and when I did my master's like over 10 years ago, it was a really lonely place, and I'm hearing, you know, how we need to stand up our kids and get them in these spaces, and there just was no one there to have the intersect for us. So our training is Western, and it was Western, and it was hard to combine the two. And so it's so inspiring to see that our young people are going to have literature and examples and be taken seriously in these spaces. And so, yeah, I just wanted to share that from a personal point of view. I know I share it with my team too, that it's just been so beautiful and inspiring, and it really works. So I'm just so glad more people can hear about the work. And I don't know if you want to add anything about your experience.
Thank you. We had a testimonial, but something that speaks to the idea that when we do healing work for ourselves, it is healing for the people around us. Do we have any reflection on that? Please feel free.
I think, one of the biggest pieces is one person doing the healing work and going back into a family that's not healthy. And I think what Sacred Circle have really focused on is the community healing and expanding that. So it's not just one person doing the work and going back into that familiar state. So this does have to be expanded, and it has been for the past 4 years. That's been the focus. The focus has been to expand the community, and we need to be doing community healing. That's really, I think, where the magic lies, right?
That says it. Community healing. Community healing. I think that is where we will wind it down. Yeah, okay, we've got nodding heads. Sounds good. So what we want to do here, can I get, Lorley, can you give me a hand passing out thank yous? Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so I am so thankful that you have joined me here on this stage and come together and shared what you know with the people here. So I want to share a little handshake with you and say thank you for your help. You're very welcome. You're welcome. And I'm going to make another. Yeah. So much. Yes. Okay. All right. So we have got a quick talk from Dr. Jeannie. And then after that, we'll have a little break and we'll head out to our sessions for 3 o'clock. So I would like to introduce Dr. Jeannie. Yeah, we've got fans. There are fans of Dr. Jeannie here. Did you know that? Welcome. Oh, okay. You want me to say some words about you, or do you want to introduce yourself? Okay, so what I want to say, so here we have a Coast Salish woman from the Tla'amin band near Powell River. She's so hardworking. This particular person, I know her to be so hardworking, and she's arrived at this stage in her life and her career by practicing her work. She has done that both through traditional ways as well as Western ways, right? So she's a naturopathic physician. And she understands and relates to plants as these relatives that are so humble that they want to be helping us. Today, she wants to share her perspective. Microphone stand.
Sorry,
Do you want to stand or do you want to hold the microphone?
this is okay.
Okay, good.
And if you could.
Good afternoon. I'm very honored to have been invited by your group, especially when it relates, when you speak about cultural healing, I perk up and I live this life that what we just spoke about, and listen to these very educated talk, the last speakers, about the different medicines that are out there to help us heal. I graduated from medical school, from naturopathic school in 1991. I was the first First Nations for Canada to graduate in this profession. So, so I've been very honored and to work at this all my life. I'm OCD over this, okay? If there's anything about obsessive compulsive, it's my medicines. So much so that I made tea for you today. I made tea for you today that I harvested yesterday, and I made the teas. And I'm going to show you the plant of why we should drink the medicine that is growing at this time. And I'll tell you more detail. For those that are coming to my breakout group downstairs, a more detailed and some notes as to why these plants work. Oh, excuse me. Don't hand out the notes, because some of these people aren't coming to the breakout session, right? Sorry. These are for the, come for the breakout. So this is extra, just to, if you could drink these teas. This is cow parsley that you're drinking, cow parsley. And cow parsley, if you're driving down Highway 1, going towards Langley, I'm sorry, it's all drooping right now, but this was upright yesterday. So this is an incredible plant. It covers most of this topic that I'm so fond of talking about. So you've got there, and you've got
Oregon grape. The flowers of the Oregon grape are out now. I'm going to explain why it's so important to know this. And I'm giving you a gift of, it's probably you think you're filled with horsetail in your backyard and you didn't know that this wonderful plant, what it does for you. So you can help yourself. A couple of these, and there's baggies when you walk out to help yourself to make tea. And part of the instruction on those the sheet was how to make traditional medicine tea. I want to speak in the breakout group on more detail about the other part of the drink is this plant, which I'm very, very fond of, bleeding heart. You can see the bleeding heart is very important, related to our heart, the cardiovascular system. And one huge one is, sorry, they're all shriveled. They don't like to be out. These are huge leaves. It's called Son Before the Father. Has to do with respiratory and musculoskeletal problems. That's just the tea you're drinking now. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was going to do this, so I would have made more gallons. So let me speak on this. I only have half an hour, so I'll talk really fast. Is that in practicing all these years, I came to realize that, of course, as you heard from the other speakers, the other modalities you can use to heal yourself. And what I have found through my experience in practicing all these years is that it was very important to listen to our bodies. Mommy, my head hurts. Mommy, I don't poop very well. Mommy, I got a tummy ache. I have a broken heart. My leg is broken. I can't think. I can't sleep. So it turns out that in looking at these symptoms that the body tells you that you have a tummy ache, you can't poop, or you have diarrhea, or that you don't feel well, your immune system is compromised, or you have cancer. So you come to realize what it is that the body is saying to you. And that has become my mantra practically, to understand what the body is saying to you and feed the baby that's crying, I call it. I do this every day, every day, every day. This is not just because you're going to pay me some dollars to talk to you. This is my whole life. So when you come to talk to me about the symptoms that you talk about, I realize then all these symptoms relate to a baby, which are what I call the 12 body systems. Did you know we have 12 babies inside us, 12 of them? No, we don't. And I called it 12 plus 1 because the one was the spiritual part of us. As we spoke about the last speakers, how important it is to look at the spiritual aspect of who we are, and especially as First Nations people or whatever belief you have, so that you are able then to feed the baby. So that became a very important philosophy for me to practice, so that my patients will come and say, Dr. Jeannie, I think a new baby is crying. Can you tell me what it is? Huh? Especially if you have cancer and it has metastasized to your lungs, to your liver, to your spleen, to your liver. Very serious. So these 12 babies that are crying have to be fed every day, every day. And we eat, and maybe we just eat because, oh, it tastes good. Oh, I like these sweet pies. I like these croissants. I like my chips. I like my coffee. Don't drink coffee. So We feed our faces every day. And did you know you are feeding your 13 babies inside you? And in order to understand then, which was really enlightening to me how this works for me, is that there are 12 months of the year, would you know, and there are 12 body systems. And every month, Creator put January, February. And which baby is crying in January? I've had the flu, I've had bronchitis, I've been coughing since October. I've heard that a lot. I may have COVID, my lungs are compromised. So guess what? In January, what are you harvesting? Cottonwoods. Cottonwoods. And I could go on about that, but this is not the time or the place. If you're in my class, you'll learn 200 of these plants if you're in my class for 3 years, as some of you did, and some are still in my class. Whatever I teach, they're there. So every month, Creator put something for which baby, you see? So now you're drinking many parts of the babies here, so that once you understand what the function of each of these plants that grow, and right now these are rife in your backyard, and we should be drying them, we should be harvesting them for the future, so that when I speak about, let's say, horsetail, we dry this to save it, but right now, and this big main function of horsetail, which you can see it's like the horse's tail, and it has ridges, is huge for our people, used for bladder infections. Did you know that? Say yes, no. No. Bladder infections, and you see them everywhere now. And this is in somebody's farmyard. I go and I hope they don't shoot me because I'm picking their medicine that they don't care about. So there's a pailful here. And if you come to me, the female generally is the one who comes to me and says, I've had antibiotics for this 3 times for my bladder infection. And so one of the ingredients, once you learn the 200 medicines that I teach you, this is one huge ingredient in the formula that you will make. And generally, we come to find out that if you have chronic bladder infection, it comes from your husband, because that bacteria lives in the shaft of his penis. We're growing up here, so we can say that word, right? So in the shaft of the penis in the front, they're called the prepuce, lies the bacteria ready to jump in her vagina when you have sex. And so you keep having bladder infections. For one patient I had bladder infections for 9 years. Antibiotic after antibiotic. Finally, she says, I don't want to take any more antibiotics. Seems to be making it worse. So what I'm saying to you is learn these medicines in your backyard. So I'm huge. I'm so huge. I've traveled through this province to look for the medicines in your backyard and your back 40. Because Creator said, in this province, I will give you these medicines. And you eat and drink and dream these medicines. And these medicines will come to you in your dream. Bull kelp, and we study the medicines from the ocean, the bull kelp. So we have many, many of these plants who can help each month as a prevention. And it's good to know which plant is growing each month until December. So for me, it is a huge project to teach you to be able to say, I live in Enderby. What's up there? I live in Ashcroft. What's there? Totally different medicines in Ashcroft, huh? Bitterroot, which you don't have here. IU, which is the hugest antiviral in the medicine world, in the Western medicine world, and plus our medicine as Native people, only grows in Vernon, the IU. Fern leaf biscuit root. Are you familiar with fern leaf biscuit root? Lomatium dissectum, if you prefer the Latin. Lomatium dissectum is number one as an antiviral, and it's our medicine. So I have a few bottles that I'm in my truck downstairs that I've made antivirals all through COVID to keep your body intact and healthy and help the baby that's crying. My lung hurts. What medicines in my repertoire do I make a formula as a tea to drink or as a tincture? How to make these medicines? I just remember when I was 6 years old, my mother would say, go and pick tzauk, which is in our language, the elderberry, which I'm going to speak at great length downstairs in the breakout. The elderberry, you know elderberry, I'm sure, right? You've seen it, and I'm sure you have your reasons why you take it. But when I said, Mom, what is it good for? And she said, I don't know. But we always drank, elderberry. We always made jam once a year. So that was the sadness of my growing up, not knowing the medicines that were in my back 40, only because of acculturation, colonization, residential school. I went through all of it as I'm 83 years old now. And so I've known when I went to university at UBC, 1965, there were only 11 of us in the whole of British Columbia that went beyond grade 12. We all knew each other in 1965. So babe, we've come a long way. We've come a long way, as you can judge by the speakers before me, all educated people who made use of their talent, because we're not stupid Indians, nor are we sinful Indians, which I was told as a residential school student for many years. But we've lived past that, so that now I've forgiven Jesus Christ, Blessed Virgin God. I've forgiven the priests, the nuns. I've forgiven people who abused us. And so we move forward to what it is. And that's what I love about these medicines, that it is apolitical. Hasn't got to do with anything with religion or my politics. When I make these medicines, it gives me great joy. And I have 400 of these in my clinic. And gives me great joy when they say, Jeannie, we do exactly what we're supposed to do. This is what I'm good for. And they come to speak to you in your dream as they do to me, or they come and visit me and talk to me and say, go harvest this. This is what it looks like. It's good for skin cancer, like that. And I think that happens only because you're OCD about this, and they have pity on me and say, so I don't have to look for it. They'll show me what it looks like. And so for me, these are my children, the 400 of them. When I greet them in my clinic, I touch them and I say, I have a very severe case of cancer here, or whatever ailment, inspire me what it is I should give them. And it spreads, and it's huge in that you come to realize that if I harvest the medicines I have here, and I can't talk about all 12 body systems or the 12 screaming babies in half an hour session, as you understand, but understand that if these medicines are growing each month, it's incumbent upon you in your village to learn what it does. And I got tired of listening to people that when I traveled, they'll say, Devil's Club. Oh yeah, we have lots of Devil's Club. What do you use it for? We use it for arthritis. Okay, what else does it do? I don't know. That's all Granny taught me. So from now on, I say, we're more than one-liner Indians anymore, right? As you judge by the last group of people who spoke about the entheogens. Huge. I study that as well. But because I live in BC, I want to eat and drink and make medicine and pray with these medicines that are from our province. I've been invited to go to Alberta because they heard about me teaching the medicines of their province. I live in BC and I want to learn these medicines so well that I want to share with the people here in BC how we can look after our health and stay optimum health. So because you listen carefully every day, when you feed your face, your breakfast, which baby are you feeding? What are you developing? What are you helping? Are you helping your NK cells, the natural killer cells, to help with your immune system? Are you killing the senescent? You know senescent cells? Do you? The senescent cells are cells that are being huge studied throughout the world right now called zombie cells. Do you know about zombie cells? I'm studying that to a huge degree because these senescent cells, every day we lose and our cells die every day, every day. But how do we help the body to get rid of these senescent cells so it doesn't block my pancreas, so it doesn't block my lung or block one of my other organs? So we use our medicines to do this. Did you all get a drink? Did you like it? Yeah. Anyway, so I'd like a drink. Can somebody give me a? Anyway, we have a few more minutes here. So what does this mean? So that it just means that I have 1,500 students that I have taught throughout British Columbia, from the north, south, east, on the west coast of Vancouver Island. And it's gratifying to know that they have continued. And we're going to have, just a plug in here, we're going to have our first traditional medicine conference at the Stolo Hall in the end of August. Hopefully we'll see you there. And hopefully many of my students will attend. Carrie Lynn Victor is one of them from years ago, Mariel, Carol, and many others, 1,500 who've been with you studying from A to Z illnesses as to how we can use our medicines so that we can enhance the Western medicine you have. It grieves me when I meet an elder and they have a pack of 16 drugs in a blister pack. Wow. How can I be on cholesterol pills for 15 years? What am I not doing here? How can I take care of my cholesterol? How can I take care of my high blood pressure for 15 years on a pill? That's scary shit, you know. Scary shit. Sorry. I only speak French here. I've developed a new system for taking your supplements. If you understand medicine making, when I take this medicine and I make it into a tincture, understand the basic philosophy behind that is that it takes 30 days to spill its medicine into a solution. And the solutions we learned in the class of what we should use that'll help us extrude the chemical constituent. It's very important for you to know what comes out of that medicine. What comes out of horsetail? Silica is huge. Silica is huge for the bone. but it's also very useful for the bladder and for your, so it doesn't, your infection doesn't head up towards your kidney and into your adrenals. So when it spills its guts into a solution, it takes 30 days. How is it that I can take my vitamin D, K, P, A to Z? We swallow that pill, you poop it out in 30 hours. You do, because that's how long it takes for me, for my food that you've just had at lunch, 30 hours to come out as poop. If I've swallowed my pills, my supplement that costs $52 a bottle, and the research that has shown that it comes out the other end still intact in their capsule. So I've developed a new system which has worked very well, how to make medicine from your supplement. You'll have to come to my class, okay? But anyway, but getting back to the medicine, which was very inspiring for me, when I learned about Paracelsus. Paracelsus came from Europe, obviously, and in the mid-1500s, he was a very precocious young man, went to medical school by 16. He was not happy with the process of curing people or healing the people in Europe. So he quit his MD license and traveled Europe, the modern Europe at the time, for 8 years. 8 years. I have his big book that cost $700. He traveled through Europe to find out what the natives of each of the, I'm not sure what they call them, their countries, provinces, Italy, Persia, you name it. Came back and collated all his work after 8 years and said in one sentence that I teach all my students, that which it looks like is what it will cure. Can you repeat that? That which it looks like is what it will cure. And that fascinated me. Besides studying all my books, and I have a very huge library, it's overtaken my house. I can't walk around for all my books. That which it looks like is what it will cure. So that if something is red and it has the shape of a heart, duh. So what baby are we working with? What baby are we working with? Cardiovascular system. What the hell, huh? And same horsetail, silica. And this has, if you break it, it has different, almost like lines, huh? Almost like what? Like ligaments, huh? Like bones. Guess what it's good for? Bones. And besides that, you can prove it because it's filled, chemical constituency is silica. Do you see? So that really made me think about and made me rethink my 200 medicines. And I'm going to come out with my book. I hope you buy it someday. That which it looks like is what it will cure. And of course, we have the intelligence not to just believe Paracelsus said that which it looks like. Our native people did that. They didn't go to colleges. There were no computer. There were no Dr. Google. But they followed that. If in the States, black cohosh, when the seed comes out and they rattle it, they use it as a rattler. They use it for snake bites, rattlesnake bites, you see? But here, if we talk about the cardiovascular system and one of the hugest formula I've developed through my practice because of talking to residential school people or people who lost loved ones from death and grief, I've developed a formula which I call my broken heart formula. My broken heart formula. And why is that? Because one of the most recent studies about cardiovascular system came out from Japan. I'll just say, time to go. Came from Japan, where 10 cardiologists got together with these people who had all the same symptoms, these 90 people for testing. And every one of those 90 patients said, what's the matter with you? I'm sick. I have a broken heart. I have a broken heart. I have a broken heart. All 90 of them said they had a broken heart. And that was fascinating because when you have a broken heart, your husband ran off with the local bimbo or your that's not nice, I'm sorry. That's what mine did. But anyway, that wasn't nice, sorry. That which it looks like is what it will cure. So that's one of the formulas. But they're still trying to develop a drug. Good luck, guys, you know, the big pharma. So it turns out in studying this big, huge study, and you can look it up, it's called Takotsubo cardiomyopathy. And what they found out is that in the 4 chambers of the heart, if you can think of like a square like this, top is the atrium, the bottom are the ventricles, and the blood circulates, the oxygen circulates, the nutrients circulate through the heart. It turns out that with broken heart, that the lower part, which are the ventricles, turns out they start to square. Thank you. So here you are with a square bottom. And of course, there's lack of profusion, lack of blood, and so it squares off. And you develop cardiomyopathy, cardiovascular problems, so that you have a heart attack when you're 60, 70, because there's not enough profusion of blood in your heart. But very interesting about the study is that it's reversible. So for me, it's huge to look at your broken heart, no matter what reason you have a broken heart, whether you lost your job and many other ways that you are not happy. You are not happy. Your heart is squaring at the bottom, like the Takotsubo trap that the Japanese doctor said, gee, the picture of all those 90 people's heart was square. That looks like our Takotsubo trap to trap squid, to trap octopus. Small hole at the top. Once they get in and they go square at the bottom, they can't escape. So that's why it's called Takotsubo cardiomyopathy, or even better, they call it broken heart syndrome. Yeah. Did you know there was such a thing? You know you have a broken heart. You're crying, you're listening to your records, you're reading old letters, you're whatever you're doing to revamp or relive what you had. That's a broken heart. So be careful with that, because we don't want square bottoms. Don't want square bottoms. So But there's many other, as we study these medicines throughout British Columbia to help the baby, which is our cardiovascular system, to help the baby to restore it to its pointed bottom, not apex. So anyway, the studying of our medicines in British Columbia is vital. If you could learn the 200 medicines that I teach, you will be healthy. You will have a healthy life in the sense that you will feed these babies and learn what they're for and which screaming baby is being fed. It's just, if you listen to your body and just say, not just eat because we eat because we're hungry. And Creator put that obviously in our bodies so that we know we get up at whatever in the we have a breakfast. We know that. And most of the time it includes coffee and some kind of sweet or some kind of, then everything stops, the whole world stops. Lunchtime, everybody, we all know that, the whole world knows this. Then you have snacks by 3, then you eat supper by 6. Is it time to go? Thank you. So, hopefully you've heard it, some of it, but I have greater detail and I'm in a breakout group downstairs. Thanks for listening. Thank you. Sorry?
Thank you for your patience with me.
Yeah, that's good. Are you Carrie's son? No. Sister?
Yes.
Sister.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you for sharing.
you're good. Well, so please, if you wish, there is a baggie here if you want to take a couple of horsetail. If you don't, because you've got so many in your own backyard, that's okay as well.
Wow, so much wisdom and so creative. So here's what we're gonna do. We've been sitting down for a long time. The next thing that we're gonna do, we better take a break, right? We're gonna go. Yeah, people are moving. So the next thing we're doing is the workshops and the breakout sessions. So you've got a little break between now and then. You'll have time to fill your water, use the washroom, and find the place that you're gonna go. We will be back here to finish up at 5 o'clock. Okay, so you're going to be enjoying your session, whatever the breakout group that you've joined, and then we'll meet back here at 5 o'clock. I would like to let you know where to find your things. There's maps. There's a map down at the end of the hallway here. Sound healing is at the white tent over there. The breathwork session is at these green tents here. Warrior Connection is still at the fire out by the tent. Downstairs, you'll find Dr. Jeannie Paul at the very far end of the building. Traditional medicine is in the games room, which you go down the stairs out the back patio. Harm reduction is also down the stairs in the bridal suite. Please be mindful, there's a large step. There's a large step going into those rooms at the downstairs. The nature walk is going to meet at the bottom of the stairs in the front.